With the tragic events of last Tuesday, which will never be forgotten, we try now to bring our lives back to some sense of normalcy. Tonight, we take a step forward as we relight the flame of America's pastime. It's time to unite as America embraces baseball. Welcome to Dodger Stadium, everybody, and will it ever be normal again? Certainly we all hope so. Baseball, a part of American life, a part of American fabric for over a century, and tonight we play baseball again, firstly around the National League. The American League will start tomorrow. I'm your host, Paul Sunderland, and thanks for joining us on what might be an awkward evening for the players and the fans here who've gathered at Dodger Stadium. And we return to baseball, and because of the word return, we have to remember the disastrous events of last Tuesday in New York City and our nation's capital. Citizens are filled with grief and others boiling over with anger. But we go on, and baseball is a way to go on. And with that, I bring in now my partner, Rick Monday, who's been through an awful lot, but none of us around the world, quite frankly, have been through anything like last Tuesday. The right time to play, and was it the right time not to play for such an extended period last week?
I think without question it was the right time not to play, because our entire country, I think the world really had to take a moment and draw a very deep breath. We're going to be drawing a lot of deep breaths, I think, over the next few years. There's no question about that. Our lives have been touched. Our lives have been changed. And I think the message that has been sent, with everyone kind of hoping that maybe we can find someone. I think we've all been glued to the televisions, all been glued to the radios, and now it's a time for us to heal and I think reach out to one another, because it's going to take all of us collectively in moving forward. It's not going to be an easy task, an easy journey by any stretch of the imagination. I think now is the time that baseball, for another reason. Here, very quickly, here's how I thought about sports for a long period of time. You've been there yourself. As a player, as a broadcaster, as a fan. When you go into an event, what you check at the gate is reality. And Major League Baseball right now is giving the nation a chance to sit down and draw its breath collectively, to maybe put reality on the bench for another 2 hours or 3 hours. But when we leave this stadium tonight, we need to do it arm in arm and with a focus.
A difficult situation for all Americans and, again, all freedom-loving people around the world, but also for professional athletes. Because of the stage they are on, they are asked now, as you just mentioned, Rick, to help us forget, to reunite us. And we had a chance to talk with a number of Dodger players about their feelings over the last several days when they too had a chance to reflect on the importance of the remainder of the season. We start first with Dodger shortstop Alex Cora.
You know, right now we're not baseball players. We're American citizens, and we're here, you know, just because we have to, you know. And hopefully, when it comes 7 o'clock, you know, we can focus a little bit on what's on task right here, you know, the pennant race and all that. But it's going to be kind of hard. But right now, you know, we're thinking about those people that, you know, lost their life in New York and in Washington, and you know, hopefully from now on, you know, the rest of the season we're gonna play for them and put a smile on America.
It was a little the grim the first couple workouts, and it started picking up a little bit. I think guys are starting to maybe want to get their minds off what's going on, and maybe getting on the field might be the only piece we have right now.
It's such tough. I mean, it's so hard to understand what the world's went through, and to try to understand is, I think, the wrong thing to do, because you can't ever explain what just happened. But again, you know, life does go on, and we do need to, you know, push forward and step forward and be the Americans that we are, and get through this.
I guess there's two ways to look at it. I mean, it's obviously tough to go back to work after the tragedy, but we can look at it as giving somebody a chance to get away from everything, recollect their thoughts, and that's why we're on the field.
I think we're all excited. I've told a lot of people this, and I truly believe it, that sports have always been a diversion for people in their daily grinds and their, you know, work. But using this, I think, by us playing, I think it will help. It'll be therapeutic to this country, and I'm honored to be a part of that.
The comments of a number of Dodger players. We'll also hear from manager Jim Tracy a little bit later on in the show. But Rick, emotions are such an important part of competition. How do the Dodger players, and players throughout baseball for that matter, balance the emotion that they have to bring to the park and the emotions that have been drained through this tragedy?
To be honest with you, I don't know the answer to that, because this is an emotional time that we have not gone through individually, collectively. And certainly not this time, where it's a peaceful time, is what we've been able to at least ascertain. The irony of it is, tonight, Medal of Honor, recipients from Los Angeles Police Department. Just happened to be on the schedule. It's going to be tonight. When they play the national anthem, and then when the presentation of, again, an LAPD officer, God Bless America, there are not going to be too many dry eyes in the stadium. And I think a lot of those wet eyes are going to be in uniform. And then they've got to go ahead and go on the field. This is a time, again, and just because they happen to be in this profession where they're going to play a game tonight, does not remove them from the emotional roller coaster that they too have been riding. We have all been riding it. And at times we want to stop that roller coaster. For a couple of hours tonight, we are.
Fairly or unfairly, professional athletes, namely the Dodgers and Padres in the case here tonight at the stadium, being put under the microscope. How will they react in this situation? A lot of Americans coming into Dodger Stadium tonight, and a lot of Americans have stepped forward in New York and our nation's capital to help out. And if you want to continue that, you can make a donation to the American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund, P.O. Box 37243, Washington, D.C. You see the zip code. And if you want to contribute, 1-800-HELP-NOW. If you would like to find the nearest location to your home to give blood, it's 1-800-GIVE LIFE. Rick Monday and I will be back on Dodgers Dugout from Dodger Stadium in a little bit, and we'll get the perspective of some fans coming into the stadium tonight.
An entire season comes down to this. It's 1 week of pennant races and record chases. First, the Dodgers face MVP candidate Luis Gonzalez and the D-backs. Then, the home run chase comes to L.A. as the Blue Crew battle Barry Bonds and the hated Giants. D-backs Dodgers start September 20th, and Giants Dodgers start September 24th.
Other light beers have their place. We just don't recommend drinking them. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer.
There are times when we ask our cars to carry heavier loads than normal. And whether it's hauling, towing, or even carpooling.
All right, Flipper.
It really stresses your engine. That's why there's Pennzoil Synthetic Blend. It's greater protection for harder working engines.
The boss needs the pool repaired by tomorrow afternoon. Don't screw it up.
Look for Pennzoil Synthetic Blend. Now available at your local Target store.
At Amstel, we believe things should be what they're labeled.
I'll have what he's having.
Well, at least a light beer should taste like beer. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer.
Dodgers Dugout on Fox Sports Net 2 is being brought to you by Las Vegas. What you want, when you want it, 24 hours a day. And by Dodge Different. See your friendly Southern California Dodge dealer today. Back at Dodger Stadium, and National League teams around the country back in business. And I mentioned that there are going to be about 30,000 Americans in the stands tonight, no question about that. Certainly Dodger fans, some Padre fans, but Americans here tonight as baseball gets back underway. And a special fund has begun to help those that were victims of the downing of the Trade Center in New York, the Twin Towers Fund, to make a donation. Make it care of Terry Everett at 10201 West Pico Boulevard, Building 100, room number 4060. That's Los Angeles, and the zip code is 90035. Paul Sunderland back with Rick Monday, and wanted to show you this Dodger uniform, and it will be the norm around Major League Baseball. Under this American flag, used to be the MLB symbol. Every American and National League team will now bear the American flag, as will all of the caps, the Dodgers bearing that tonight. So obviously a great deal of focus. Interested to hear from Jim Tracy later on, but also around the stadium, it seems very somber. It feels right to be playing baseball again, but do you get that sense as well?
I get that sense, and I got that sense either this afternoon when we were here much earlier than what the fans are. I mean, the parking lot was relatively empty. I mean, there's no question about that. But I think, I don't know if you've noticed it, the other people have noticed, you drive downtown, when you drive around, there are people that maybe did not take the time to roll down their window. How many cars have flags on them? How many times do they honk the horn and they wave? You don't know the people. I mean, reach out, folks, because we've got to grab one another. We've got to grab one another very tightly. And tonight, as we said, collectively we draw a deep breath and we move forward. and we've got a long journey.
A good number of fans coming out to the stadium tonight, as I'm sure they have in the other National League ballparks around the country. Some of that action starting earlier, and we wanted to get the reaction of some Dodger fans as they entered the stadium tonight. And here are some of their comments.
I've always been a loyal Dodger fan, and this is a very special game, and I'm really proud to be here and show them that we're still alive and well and living as a great American, I guess.
I went on online on Saturday because after looking at the events, I thought, you know, we all have to come back out and support everything. Okay. Firemen, policemen, the teams, and us, America.
Had tickets. We're going to let them go to waste. Besides, can't hide forever. Things are back to normal. It's the only way we're going to get back to our normal way of life is by going on with our activities.
Interesting, Rick, that gentleman's last comments about we had to get back. In a way, it needed to be now. Otherwise, the terrorists would not have only wreaked such chaos and destruction and death on Tuesday, but would have won by throwing asunder a part of American life.
I think you and I are in agreement on one thing, and it's kind of the message we're getting, certainly from our leadership in Washington. We are not going to be held prisoners in our own country. And tonight, it's a little message is also being sent.
Rick, thanks so much.
My pleasure.
I know it was difficult circumstances for you personally. I really appreciate you spending some time with us. Rick Monday, our Dodger analyst on a very, very unusual evening here at Dodger Stadium, but some normalcy starting to return. And when we come back, we'll talk to Dodger skipper Jim Tracy.
Longest-lasting full-size pickup on the road now comes with an incredible short-term offer. Get over $5,000 in finance savings on Dodge Ram Quad Cab or $2,000 cash allowance, plus factory-to-dealer incentives which could save you even more. See, compare, drive, Dodge during the Team Dodge sales event.
That first half was a disgrace. Davis, you keep playing the way you did. You might as well just go home and watch the rest of the game on TV.
Okay. Thanks.
He just got Cox digital cable. I don't think he's coming back.
Cox Channel 3, exclusively Orange County.
Welcome to Cox Forum. And today, they're on Coach's Corner. Welcome to the game the week.
Welcome to the Cable Business Journal.
Daddy Keel.
Cox 3. Watch it.
You're watching Fox Sports Net 2.
As we have seen time and again all over the country since the disaster of Tuesday, Americans wearing the flag, showing their patriotism, coming together from all walks of life, and baseball is part of American life. And that's why on this Monday we will start again, and with 19 games remaining, it cannot be overlooked that a lot of very important baseball is to be played in these last couple of weeks, and putting that all into perspective. And given the relative importance of the game of baseball, it's an unusual challenge for, of course, the Dodgers, all the players around Major League Baseball, and their skipper, Jim Tracy, who now joins us live, and we really appreciate you taking the time. And first and foremost, and I asked Rick Monday right at the top of the show, the decision by Major League Baseball to put off until today to resume play, at least in the National League. Any question now that that was unequivocally the right thing to do?
Absolutely the right thing to do, Paul. I can tell you from workouts that we've had since this past Thursday that had we had to go to San Francisco and play baseball this weekend, not only would it have not felt right, Paul, I really, in my heart, I don't think that our players would have been ready to deal with something like that.
Everybody now talks about putting things in perspective, and when you put baseball or any other sport or my job or yours in the perspective of what happened in New York and our nation's capital, it's very unimportant. But you and your players have led their lives to compete in the major leagues and have a chance at the playoffs, which you were certainly in. How do you balance the two?
Well, you know, as you just mentioned, I think that what has happened to our country last Tuesday pales in comparison to what any one of us do from day to day. But, you know, I think that you reach for things that make you want to surge forward and go forward. And I think, you know, when you hear the leader of your country, Mr. Bush, and hats off to him and his supporting cast, and I think also Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki in New York, you know, they continually stress, Paul, the idea that at some point we have to get back to some sense of normalcy, to get back to our jobs, to show the spirit of this country that, you know, you're not going to break our spirit, and they're not going to do that. And I think that in our own small way, that's why we play a major part tonight in going back to our national pastime and doing it as well as we possibly can do it.
What did you say to your team in the clubhouse before tonight's series opened against the Padres? Emotion, and Rick and I talked about this as well, is such an important part of any competitive situation. How do you keep emotions under control to try to play very important baseball games?
Well, you know, I think that the group of players that I have shown it all year long. They're very good at keeping their emotions under control and dealing with adversity, and I think that they will step up once again and do that again, as you just mentioned. You know, I think one thing that we have in our favor, Paul, is that, you know, we have something to come out here and play for over the course of these last 19 games of the season. Not so for some of the other clubs, you know, that are in Major League Baseball. You know, they know what their fate will be after these final 18 games or 19 games are played. So, you know, their professionalism will really be tested, and I know each and every one of them will step up in a major way. But, you know, we have something to come out here and play for every day. A chance to play baseball in October in the playoffs, as you just mentioned. That's what we'll continue to strive for, and that's what's our job. Just like everybody else that went back to work today and did their job, this is our job in this forum, and this is what we have to come out and do, Paul.
You mentioned the 19 games remaining, and obviously the Dodgers schedule has been affected dramatically. What would have been closing out at home 10 out of the last 13 games has changed, but you also had the better part of a week off. Can you address the remaining schedule, how that affects your ball club, and how it affects maybe the other teams in the division, as of course all of the games are within that division?
Well, you know, the thought is, Paul, that it's going to be very difficult, you know, to go out and play the last 9 games on the road against Arizona, San Diego, and San Francisco. But, you know, as I always do, I look at it in a different vein, and I say to our club that, hey, you know, we have 10 games at home here, and let's continue to play some of the good baseball that we've played here for the majority of the season. And if you get to that point where you get through these next 10 days and you're tied or you're ahead or something like that, you know, all the stuff that we've been talking about, Paul, who really cares where you play the last 9? You know, you've got something to play for. There's something out there for you each and every day. I think if we can get ourselves to that point, it won't matter where we play, nor will we care who we play. We just know that we have to win some games.
And it starts tonight. Jim, thanks so much.
My pleasure.
Good to be back at work. We really appreciate your time coming on, and just a marvelous job you've done all season long with this Dodger team. We'll be back to Dodger Stadium. Game 1 of a 3-game series as the Dodgers begin a 10-game homestand against the San Diego Padres. Another special Dodger guest when we come back.
Sports show, period. Join Chris Rose, Tom Arnold, and a bunch of washed-up all-stars as they take you places no other show dares to go.
You're a sexy man. You look very good.
The best damn sports show, period. Premieres next Monday.
The National Sports Report presents this sports break.
I'm Kevin Frazier of The National here with this sports break. The sports world returns to the playing field tonight with 6 Major League Baseball games on tap. We will have the highlights. And with baseball back in action, we'll also take a look at the changes that are being made with stadium security. Plus, the NFL considers bringing back its referees and making changes in its schedule. That's all coming up tonight at 10:30 right here on The National.
A Ford Leadership Drive is on. Last year, your Ford dealer had 5 of the 10 best-selling vehicles in America, and he wants more. That's why now's the time to get great cashbacks, like $1,250 on Focus, $2,000 on Mustang and the 2001 Explorer, $2,500 on Ranger, Expedition, and the F-150. Whatever you're looking at, that's a lot of cash that could go right toward your down payment. So get to the Ford Leadership Drive today.
tickets to the game. Sold out. Boat rental, $85. Fishing net, $18. 26 stadiums down, 4 to go. Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Visit MasterCard.com for a chance to play ball with your best friends at a Major League stadium.
Members of the Los Angeles Fire and Police Departments gathering in center field, part of the special ceremonies tonight to honor and, of course, to mourn those many people, thousands of people tragically who lost their lives in New York City and in Washington, D.C. And if you'd like to help the New York City firefighters, you can make a contribution to the Fallen Firefighters Fund, care of the Los Angeles Firemen's Credit Union, P.O. Box 60890, Los Angeles, California. You also see the zip code there, or call 1-800-231-1626. Make special note extension 390 for further information to send a donation to New York City's fallen firefighters. Paul Sunderland continuing now with Derek Hall, Executive Vice President of Communications for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And Derek, during the commercial break, we were talking about a crowd of 40,000 expected here tonight. What adjustments have the Dodgers had to make in lieu of this tragedy to welcome a crowd like this back to the stadium?
Yeah, Paul, we did have to make a few adjustments. Major League Baseball mandated a few minor steps in stepping up that security at ballparks. Number one, there are no bags, no backpacks, no coolers allowed in the stadium. We never have allowed coolers. And as far as backpacks and bags, I'm sure the fans understand. They certainly don't want to have a fan next to them bring in a bag or a backpack where they don't know what's in it. Overall, we've always been more than competent and extremely confident in that security system that we have in place. And we found that we are already a few steps ahead of most ballparks. It's a safe place. It's always been considered one of, if not the safest in all of baseball or all of sports. And we just want the fans to know that they can certainly feel more than safe in being here. And you can see that today.
You know, I talked to Rick Monday and talked to your manager, Jim Tracy, who's done such a great job this year about putting things in perspective. Is it fair to professional athletes, to baseball players, to the Dodgers, to the Padres, to everyone in Major League Baseball, to say, we're going to start now, help us unite the country? Is that really fair to put professional athletes in that kind of position?
I think it's fair, but I think it's difficult because athletes, just like you and I and everybody at home that may be watching, they continue to monitor this tragedy. And the fans are having a tough time getting over it, just as the players are. But as President Bush has said, it's time to go back to work. It's time to bring a sense of normalcy back into our lives, and what better way than baseball? It's always played such a tremendous role in restoring in restoration in our history, and I think now you can see that. If it's an escape, even for a couple of hours, for people to be able to get away from it, we'll never forget, we'll never be able to get over it, but if you can take a couple hours to get away from it, then baseball has served its purpose, and I know our players are more than willing to do so.
Final question. I'm sure you've been in contact with the heads of Major League Baseball. Are there any contingency plans when and if the United States strikes back that there might be another stoppage?
No, and we have not had that discussion, and hopefully we won't have to. The season is what little is left. You know, we know that we've got to get through that season, and hopefully for this team, it's been tough to focus on it, but get to the playoffs. And at that time, I'm sure that Major League Baseball would have some major discussions, as they did in this case, but up to now it was more so, let's get back on the field now, let's try and get people back to normalcy, and let's provide the good people of America with some decent entertainment in the meantime.
Derek, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate you coming on. As always, Derek Hall joining us, representing the front office of the Los Angeles Dodgers. A lot of issues, emotional and real, to deal with in a situation like this. Back to Dodger Stadium right after this.
The Southern California Sports Report.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's the nightly newscast you've been waiting for.
This is the real deal.
30 minutes every night dedicated to scores, highlights, and interviews from your hometown teams.
We told you it was going to be good.
Your teams, your town, your show. The Southern California Sports Report, tonight at 10 on Fox Sports Net.
Sorry, we're from Amsterdam. We didn't know light beer was supposed to suck. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer.
Jesse, come on, let's join the downhill racer.
I heard that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jesse, come on, breakfast is getting cold.
We have your daughter.
Daddy.
You
have a patient. She has a 6-digit number in her head. I need that number. You need your daughter back. Michael Douglas.
Is it a telephone number?
No.
Is it a place?
Nope.
And they're gonna kill her. What is it?
Don't say a word.
I'll never tell.
Rated R. September 28th, only in theaters.
If you want that light beer taste, just add water. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer.
It's quiet in Dodger Stadium. That's going to change soon, but the theme is undeniable. The spirit here is undeniable as Major League Baseball gets started once again tonight. The Dodgers and the Padres. A look at the pitching matchup. Kevin Brown, 4th start back off the disabled list. Jason Middlebrook making his Major League debut against the Los Angeles Dodgers. And throughout the course of this program, we've been telling you about special organizations that you can donate to, and just want to remind you, very important to consider the American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund, P.O. Box 37243, Washington, D.C. 20013, 1-800-HELP-NOW to donate funds, 1-800-GIVE-LIFE to find a place to donate blood. Thanks so much for joining us. Vin Scully, I'm sure, will have some very special words, his perspective on the start of Major League Baseball again. Certainly no better voice, and I would certainly not even begin to guess that anyone could challenge what Vin Scully is about to say. And of course, stay tuned at the top of the hour. There'll be very special opening ceremonies tonight here at Dodger Stadium, and then tomorrow, game 2 of this series against the San Diego Padres. Be sure and join us once again at 6:30 for all of our special guests, and especially Rick Monday, who lost his mother this past week. A very difficult time for Rick Monday personally as well. This has been Dodgers Dugout. I'm your host, Paul Sunderland. The spirit is here, but now it's time to play ball.
When you call Compact Direct, you'll get a PC built exactly the way you want it. Like the Compact Presario 7000T. Starting at just $11.99. Choose one of the latest Intel Pentium 4 processors, hard drive, memory, monitor, options like a CDRW drive, and even your choice of colors. To buy now, call 1-800-276-2360 and get a free compact printer and a free upgrade to Windows XP Home Edition.
Diamonds, the gift that lasts forever. The Jewelry Exchange in Tustin imports all their diamonds direct. They carry thousands of diamonds, most GIA or EGL certified, and all the guaranteed lowest prices. 1-carat solitaires start at $5.99. The Jewelry Exchange makes all their jewelry in their state-of-the-art factory and has hundreds of rings, pendants, earrings, and bracelets. Only the Jewelry Exchange in Tustin guarantees all their jewelry to a price for at least double, that's right, double the purchase price. Buy factory direct and save. The Jewelry Exchange in Tustin.
All-Pro NFL tight end Tony Gonzalez made the student sports cover in 1994 while in high school. So did NBA All-Star Vince Carter. So did a promising high school golfer named Tiger Woods. Student Sports Magazine, the only monthly high school sports magazine that introduces tomorrow's stars today. Over 20 years of exclusive national rankings, in-depth features on top athletes, recruiting analysis, everything you'd want to know about the world of high school sports. Student Sports Magazine, order now.
Jamie Bohan owns a Hyundai Sonata.
We looked at consumer ratings and all of the features that came with the vehicle.
This is Jamie's second Hyundai.
It's very luxurious, it's very dependable.
Sonata comes with the freedom of America's best warranty and more horsepower, room, and standard features than Camry, yet is priced thousands less. Just $15,494 with automatic transmission. The Hyundai Sonata. It's a lot more car.
Freedom is calling, yeah.
For a limited time, get the Sonata with automatic transmission for just $15,494.
You're a teenager. You know how much electricity a teenager can use. So how will you be able to cut back 20% on your electrical use with a teenager in the house? Well, you could ask him to use less air conditioning, turn off lights, TVs, video games, and stereos when he leaves. Or you could just let him sleep in all day. Tempting, isn't it? Check with your local utility. You might be able to save 20% on your bill.
Hello? Okay, here's the first one.
He's in.
Let's try the next one. Here's something new that you may not...
Really?
This might be something that you have
He's in.
Oh. Take your time.
He's in.
Give him level 4.
We hire hackers to test your network before they test it themselves.
You can leave the computer, thank you.
Pacific Bell Data. We're on it.
Today, millions of Americans mourned and prayed, and tomorrow we go back to work.
Today, try living today, little by little, today.
Good evening, and welcome to Dodger Stadium. All of us have experienced a litany of emotions, whether it would be shock, disbelief, and horror, followed by grief, mourning, and anger. All of us indeed have lost a lot. We have lost thousands of lives. We have lost some of our self-confidence. We have lost some of our freedom. And certainly, we have lost a way of life. The President of the United States has said it is time to go back to work. And so, despite a heavy heart, baseball gets up out of the dirt, brushes itself off, and will follow his command, hoping in some small way to inspire the nation to do the same. All of the ball players in the major leagues are wearing the American flag. Out of patriotism, yes. Out of love of country, yes. But more so out of duty and of courage, and to pronounce a national firmness of will. God bless us in our efforts. God bless America. As you know, over the past week, Americans all across this great country have witnessed remarkable acts of heroism and bravery by firefighters, police officers, volunteers, and other rescue squad members. As we reflect upon recent events, we offer up our heartfelt thoughts and prayers for all the families and friends of victims in New York, Washington, Pennsylvania, Los Angeles, and all over the world. In tribute to the many police officers and firefighters, we look to our own backyard to honor the men and women who selflessly put their lives in danger to protect and to serve the people of Los Angeles. Because of their dedication and sacrifice, 2 officers have been awarded the Medal of Valor, the highest honor bestowed by the Los Angeles Police Department. I direct your attention to the home plate area. Here, representing the Los Angeles Police Department, please welcome Chief Bernard Parks. And now, 2 honorees who have gone above and beyond the call of duty. For their courage, bravery, and acts of heroism when faced with danger, they have displayed the finest traditions of the Los Angeles Police Department. It is with great honor to present the Medal of Valor to Officer Mark Mireles. And to Officer David Orozco. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in saluting not only these Medal of Valor recipients and our guests from the Los Angeles Police and Fire Departments, but also law enforcement and fire officials all across the nation. You know, we often take the extraordinary services of policemen or firemen for granted. Well, we're certainly not taking them for granted tonight. Rather, we are recognizing them and thanking them for putting their lives on the line every day to protect each of us. We now ask that you please rise and remove your caps as we invite you to join Police Officer Rosalind Iams in the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night, through the light from above, from the mountains, through the prairies, to the ocean with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please remain standing for the presentation of tonight's colors by the Los Angeles Police Department Color Guard.
Forward! Ho! Well, left, mark time, park, left, pin wheel, park, left, detail, halt, reset, halt.
As we remember the victims and the heroes of the World Trade Center, of the Pentagon, and Flight 93 in Pennsylvania, the heroism of the many men and women will always be remembered for making us stronger and bringing the people of this great country together. We ask that you join others in ballparks all across America in observing a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing as we honor America with the singing of tonight's national anthem, to be formed by Los Angeles Police Department Officer Rosalind Iams, and Rosalind will be accompanied by Nancy B. at the Dodger Stadium Roland organ.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
A memorable and almost heartbreaking pregame ceremony here at Dodger Stadium. And we will be back with Dodger baseball and the San Diego Padres. All coming up right after this.
There are times when we ask our cars to carry heavier loads than normal. And whether it's hauling, towing, or even carpooling.
All right, Flipper.
It really stresses your engine. That's why there's Pennzoil Synthetic Blend. It's greater protection for harder working engines.
The boss needs the pool repaired by tomorrow afternoon. Don't screw it up.
Look for Pennzoil Synthetic Blend. Now available at your local Targets.
Somewhere out there, your team is taking the court, and you can be there coast to coast. Now, Sports in Demand brings your team home. With NBA League Pass on digital cable, you can choose from up to 40 out-of-market games a week. Call now to lock in your $20 early bird discount. You can either fly to a different city every night or pocket the airfare and get NBA League Pass. The clock is ticking on your $20. Call now.
Ice. Intelligent nightlife. Be smart. Drink responsibly.
Every move, every story, every weeknight.
Did you see that? That's a classic. Oh, you believe it?
This is totally NASCAR.
This is Fox Sports Now.
Totally NASCAR, your exclusive destination for all that is NASCAR.
Tickets to the game sold out. Boat rental $85. Fishing net $18. 26 stadiums down, 4 to go. Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Visit MasterCard.com for a chance to play ball with your best friends at a Major League Stadium.
Fox Sports Net 2 presents Dodger Baseball, brought to you by Pennzoil, protection under the toughest driving conditions. By Gatorade Thirst Quencher, Gatorade, is it in you? And by Craig and Auto Parts, where we say you can do it. We're here to help. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Dodger Stadium on a bittersweet evening, but it is the first step for baseball in the nation to get back to normalcy. We have anguished over these days as to exactly what else to say besides our opening remarks. And the more we have thought about it, the more we realize there is nothing else left to say. It is time to make the effort to go back to being what we were, doing what we did before last Tuesday. And so, without further ado, with the exchange of lineup cards at home plate with manager Bruce Bochy and Jim Tracy, we will start with the San Diego Padre lineup. Leading off on his way to the Hall of Fame in left field, Ricky Henderson. At shortstop, batting second, D'Angelo Jimenez. In center field, a name that has been linked for years with the St. Louis Cardinals, Ray Lankford. At third base, Phil Nevin. And in right field, Bubba Trammell. At first base, Kevin Witt. Ryan Klesko is out for at least this game. Ben Davis behind the plate. At second base, Damian Jackson. And making his major league debut tonight, Jason Middlebrook. The Dodgers and the Padres have played 13 times this year. The Dodgers have won 5 out of 7 in San Diego, but the Padres have won 4 out of 6 here. So the Dodgers hold a very slight 7-6 edge. We can also tell you that in the 4th inning, Colorado is leading Arizona 2-1. With that in mind, we'll take a look at the Dodger lineup, beginning tonight 3 games behind Arizona. Marquise Grissom opens up in center field. Mark Grassolonic at second base. Sean Green will be in right field, and Gary Sheffield hitting cleanup in left. Paul LaDuca will be behind the plate. Eric Karros at first base, batting 6th. Adrian Beltre at third. Alex Cora, the shortstop. And the pitcher, Kevin Brown. He is 10-4 this year. He has beaten San Diego 3 times this year. He is 9-4 lifetime, and he brings a 3-game winning streak to the mound in just a couple of minutes. The umpires, Marty Foster will be the plate umpire, with Mark Hirschbeck at first, Ron Kulpa at second, and Wally Bell at third. So the Dodgers ready to take the field, as they do, and we're about ready to get the ball game underway. There is not a large crowd here, but the crowd that is here was filled with emotion before the game. So many of them coming draped in American flags. Red, white, and blue is the color. Not so much Dodger blue, not tonight, and not for quite a long time. Meanwhile, the Dodgers have taken their positions, and we should be in for a pretty good ball game. Kevin Brown and Jason Middlebrook. For the Dodgers, of course, there is another concern, and that is the wild card. If they can't catch Arizona, and they have 19 games to do it, while they're also 1.5 games behind the Giants. They're tied with the Cubs at 1.5, and the Cardinals a half a game back of San Francisco. So Kevin Brown, who had a rest like all of the players. It was a restless rest at best, but nevertheless, it should have a positive effect on the sore elbow, and we will see how he goes tonight. Because in baseball, like so many facets of life, there is always a bill to be presented. So Kevin Brown has gotten some rest, but the bill will be his control or lack of it, just how sharp he will be. And that, of course, goes for every pitcher. For Sean Green, who was blazing hot by the weekend, he now has had a week off. Gary Sheffield, another of the Dodger guns, put quietly away since Sunday, but now asked to activate and make an impression. Eric Karros, who has been in and out with a sore back that has affected his play. He had just about a week off. And for young Adrian Beltre, who was down, remember, with the post-operative infection and has fought his way to get back. If he was weary at all by last weekend, he had to be refreshed, if not mentally, certainly physically. And the same would go for Grassolonic and Cora and everyone out on the field, and especially a tireless worker like Paul LaDuca, who goes from home plate to first base and back behind the plate yet again. So with all of the pregame, and we can't call it festivities, not tonight, they were ceremonies of the most heartfelt kind, and it was a wonderful sight to see a standing ovation for those heroes who rarely hear it, members of the police and the fire department. And of course, when the people here in Los Angeles were applauding their firefighters and their policemen, they were indeed saluting firemen and policemen all over the United States, and especially those along with the volunteer workers in New York. And now Ricky Henderson checks in, and we're about ready to go. And Ricky has to back off. The first pitch high and inside, ball one. We mentioned in giving the lineups, Ricky Henderson stopping off on the way to the Hall of Fame, and of course that's an absolute cinch. The 1-0 pitch foul back. Henderson is second on the all-time list. He is 9 runs shy of breaking Ty Cobb's major league record of runs scored. He needs 15 hits to become the 25th member of the 3,000 hit club. And of course every time he does anything on the field, it seems he sets a record. He fouls another pitch away, and the count 1-2. Henderson passed the immortal Babe Ruth to become baseball's all-time walks leader. He has walked 2,063 times way back in April, and he has just added to that every game he plays. In fact, he's walked 75 times this year. 1-2 pitch is just off the plate, and the count 2-2. So Henderson, Jimenez, and Langford starting off against Kevin Brown here in the first inning. Ricky waiting. He has led off the game with a home run 79 times in his career. Brown delivers, and it's popped in the air, foul off first. Karras sprinting over with Brown, and it's Karras making the catch in front of the San Diego dugout. So Henderson fouls out, and we have one down in the first inning. For the San Diego Padres, you probably know that they were no-hitted twice this year. Florida's A.J. Burnett shut down Bruce Bochy's ball club, and then Bud Smith, a Cardinal rookie, did it to them on Labor Day. Well, according to research, only 10 teams since 1900 have been no-hit twice in a season. But the Padres joined an even more select group. The pitch to Jimenez, a strike. The Padres became only the 4th team in history to be shut out twice at home. So Qualcomm Stadium, which has not been good to the Padres anyway, the scene of the no-hitters. Line drive by Jimenez into left field for a base hit. So a 1-out single by D'Angelo Jimenez, the shortstop, and the batter now will be Ray Langford. Remember Ben Davis breaking up Curt Schilling's bid for a no-hitter.
Ray Langford.
However, they were still blanked twice. Veteran Dave Magadan sitting with Ben Davis in the San Diego dugout. Ray Langford coming over to the San Diego Padres and was quite outspoken about how he had been treated so poorly by Tony La Russa when he was still with the St. Louis Cardinals. Left-hand hitter takes low and away, ball one, and the count 1-0. Langford, of course, for years an outstanding player, one of the more feared hitters in the game. Now moving over, and here he is with the San Diego Padres. The 1-0 pitch to the left-hand hitter, and that's taken off the plate, ball two, and the count 2-0. Langford facing Kevin Brown. Brown, like all of the Dodgers, wearing the American flag on the top part of the back of his shirt, and the flag, a smaller one, is also on the side of the baseball cap. Langford waiting, and the 2-0 pitch on the way. He has a look, and it's a strike, and the count 2-1. Langford, 34 years old, had 11 years in the big leagues. He has 18 home runs. He hit his 6th grand slam of his career this year for San Diego. So Langford waiting, Brown set, a throw to first, and Jimenez back on the bag. Jimenez has not been involved in much running. He has stolen 2, but he's been caught 3 times. 1 out, first inning, no score. We're just starting. Langford at the plate, Brown set at the belt, and the 2-1 pitch is swung on, popped up. Going out into shallow right center is Grassolonic, but Grissom has a far easier play, and Marquise makes the catch for the second out. So 2 down in the first inning. And Phil Nevin will be coming up.
Third baseman.
Phil Nevin
is
looking for a multi-year extension with the San Diego Padres. And he says he would settle for less than market value. He's hitting .310 with 36 home runs. But he said he would give up a lot of money for a no-trade clause. Phil waiting. Right-hand batter, Brown deals. Fastball foul back into the lower deck, and the count 0-1. 36 home runs and 108 runs batted in. The agents say that Nevin gave up $3 to $5 million 2 years ago in July when they signed him to a 3-year deal. And the fellow who advised him to go for the deal was his friend and former college teammate, Wally Joyner. 0-1 the count to Phil Nevin. Brown is sad, looks over at first, watching Jimenez. Back to Nevin. That jumped in there for a strike, and the count 0-2. Now, the club would certainly like to build around Nevin. But the question, too, would be if they do sign him, where would he play? It might very well be he would play first base. They have Sean Burrows ready to move over to third. Klesko could go to the outfield. Strike 2 pitch is just inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Game 1 of the 3-game series with San Diego, followed by 4 through the weekend with Arizona, and then tying a ribbon on the package, 3 with the San Francisco Giants. James Baldwin, Terry Adams watching from the Dodger dugout as Brown goes to a stretch. And the 1-2 pitch, Nevin looks and the breaking ball is low, and the count 2-2. So the Dodgers and the Padres still have a lot of work to do, and they'll be rolling around here for 3. And remember, those games that we lost last week will be tacked on to the end of the year. So we still have 3 with the Padres in San Diego. 2-2 pitch swung on and missed. Slider down and away. Nevin went after it, and Kevin Brown walks off, having given up a base hit and nothing else. And at the end of half an inning, no score.
Michael Edo owns a Hyundai Elantra.
I drive 1,000 miles a week, and the gas mileage is outstanding.
The Elantra earned 5 stars from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. It comes with the Freedom of America's Best warranty and a long list of features, including front and side airbags. It's the only car in its class that has them standard.
It drove like a much more expensive car.
The Hyundai Elantra, at just $12,494, it's a solid value. The Hyundai Elantra at just $12,494. Your test drive is waiting.
Nice job. Doing laundry at night, turning off a few lights, using the air conditioner less. By following these simple tips, you've helped save a lot of electricity. But the power emergency isn't over yet. So keep conserving. It's working, and it'll help us all get through the power emergency together.
In this neighborhood, if you need car repair, you call Roberto. And then Roberto usually calls us. We've been helping him earn his living for more than 15 years.
These people are like family to me, and the whole community trusts them with the safety of their cars.
I tell my customers everyone here believes this.
For the best service, the best selection, and the low price guaranteed, shop Kragen Auto Parts. Change your own oil and save. This week, get a case of Pennzoil Motor Oil for only 99 cents a quart after rebate with coupon.
The innocence of youth with all that is going on in our lives collectively. A little blue-eyed child, maybe 18 months old, wearing a Dodger cap, sitting there quietly trying to just figure out what the grown-ups are doing out there with a baseball. Meanwhile, Jason Douglas Middlebrook by name. He's 6'3", 215 pounds. He was 26 years old near the end of June. He's out of Michigan, and the right-hander from Jackson by way of Grass Lake, and he was claimed off waivers last year from the New York Mets. Now, one of the interesting things about the San Diego Padres is the fact that their pitching has really been up in the air. 24 pitchers have worked for the Padres this year. Their problems started when they lost their pitching coach Dave Smith. Then Sterling Hitchcock and Woody Williams were dealt away. They've had 12 different starters. Trevor Hoffman is the only member of the present relief corps who started the year in the Padre bullpen. But the kids have showed a great deal of promise, and here's one of them, Jason Middlebrook. Middlebrook working on Marquise Grissom, who's hitting .229, and the fastball in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Marquise Grissom, 20 home runs, 55 runs batted in, and the Dodgers look to him for some more production now because he's been very quiet for quite some time. Takes a breaking ball down and away. and the count 1-1. For Jason Middlebrook, he is the 4th pitcher to make his major league debut for the Padres this year. Slow ground ball to short. Jimenez can't come up with it, and Marquise Grissom is aboard. So Grissom a slow roller. D'Angelo Jimenez trying to scoop and run and unable to do it. And for Jimenez, that would be his 15th error.
Second baseman.
That is a spot that has hurt the Padres all year. And one reason they went out to get D'Angelo Jimenez to try and get some run production from the shortstop. Well, he's hitting .266 with a home run and 24 RBIs, but now he has 15 errors. And the batter is Mark Grassolani. So the Dodgers get a break. We'll see what they do. Grissom goes, and a hit and run foul ball down the right field line. Skips up in and out of the box seats. So Grissom on his way back to first base. Grissom runs pretty well, but usually part of a hit and run play. And for Jim Tracy sitting in the dugout, the old story, I remember Walter Alston so very many times saying, if it's good enough to put on, come right back with it. Well, we'll see. 0-1 the count to Mark Grassolani. Middlebrook, a look over at Grissom. He's not going, and the pitch in on the knuckles, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Junior Herndon, Brian Lawrence, Huascar Serrano all went at least 7 innings in their first starting assignment. So Jason Middlebrook has a tough act to follow. Right-hander straightens up, looks over at first, over the top with a breaking ball low, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Padres have been struggling. They have dropped 5 of the last 6. Their lone victory was against Arizona in a game started by Randy Johnson. Tony Gwynn is available to pinch hit, but he's going to have knee surgery in October, so it doesn't figure he will play right field at all anymore. Grassolani takes a strike, and the count 2-2. Mark Grace and Luis Gonzalez did a nice thing when San Diego was playing Arizona. They presented Tony Gwynn with a special fungo bat, which of course he would use as the baseball coach at San Diego State. Pitch is inside under the hands to Mark Grassolani, and the count 3-2. Everywhere that Tony has gone, that particular city has said goodbye to him. And since the Dodgers and the Padres will finish Wednesday, we certainly hope you'll be out here. As Grissom goes, ground ball to the right side. The only play is for first for the out. So the Dodgers do come back with the play, and Grissom is safely into second base. So the Dodgers play the Padres tonight, Tuesday night, and Wednesday night. And Wednesday night, we'll say so long to Tony Gwynn. But of course, we'll see plenty of Tony later on, early October, when the Dodgers go to San Diego. Now, Sean Green coming up. And it reminds us to send along our warmest wishes to our Jewish fans who are watching and listening to the ball game tonight on Rosh Hashanah. Middlebrook looks back and backs off the rubber. This is the new year in the Jewish calendar, 5,762. And to each and every member of the Jewish faith, as you would say to each other, Shana Tova. Green, 46 home runs, 116 runs batted in. Middlebrook delivers, gets a strike, and the count 0-1. Also Sean Green with those huge numbers, 46 home runs, 116 RBIs, and hitting 300. 0-1 the count. Out of a stretch goes Middlebrook. Another look back to Marquise Grissom. And the strike one pitch with him going. A throw to third. He's stolen third. So a lot of pitchers are welcome to the big leagues by base hits. But Jason Middlebrook has been welcomed by a steal of third for Marquise Grissom. So now a runner at third with 1 out for Marquise. He has stolen 7 out of 11. Got a good jump. Ben Davis made his throw, but not in time. Nevin tried to tag Grissom, but he had already gone by and hit the bag. So Green trying to pick him up and get the Dodgers started in the right direction. And the strike 2 pitch. Sean swings, and it's a fly ball into very shallow right field. Jackson makes the catch, and holding on is Grissom at third. So Sean Green unable to get the ball deep enough to pick up a run. He has 5 scoring fly balls, but he couldn't get number 6. So Green pops it up. And now with 2 down and a runner at third, the batter is Gary Sheffield.
Gary Sheffield.
Gary hitting .311, 34 home runs, 88 runs batted in, and Grissom right at the bag at third. Since this is Middlebrook's major league debut and we don't have his minor league record available, I'm not sure whether he is a wild man or not, or whether a wild pitch would even be considered, but we always look it up when there is a runner at third. So the young right-hander ready and delivers, and Sheffield takes off speed and away. Ball 1, 1-0. So Sheffield trying to pick up Grissom. Marquise down the line from third. 1 ball and no strikes to Gary, and Middlebrook into the windup. Right-handed back with a pitch low and inside. Ball 2. On deck, Paul LaDuca. So it is here. Baseball is back. Heavy heart and all, we are playing. And the 2-0 pitch on the way. And Sheffield looks at a strike, and the count 2-1. I remember how dramatic it was a long, long time ago, June the 6th, 1944, when baseball stopped on D-Day. 2-1 pitch, a drive to left, going back is Henderson on the track and makes the catch for the out. So the Dodgers waste an opportunity, leave a runner at third, and at the end of an inning, no score.
To the list of things that make Dodge Durango just right, add this: your timing. Now get $4,700 in finance savings or $2,500 cash allowance. Plus factory-to-dealer incentives that could save you even more. See, compare, ride, Dodge during the Team Dodge sales event.
Fans, use your MasterCard card and see the Dodgers for less. Go to www.dodgers.com for the MasterCard Grand Slam ticket.
If you love college football, then ESPN Game Plan's the place to be. Now ESPN Game Plan could be taking you on the trip of a lifetime to the 2002 ESPY Awards in Las Vegas. Just sign up for ESPN Game Plan, the ultimate college football pay-per-view experience between August 1st and September 7th. The grand prize winner will attend the ESPY Awards and rub shoulders with the biggest stars in sports. If you love ESPN Game Plan, you're going to love the ESPYs.
The racers are coming to the first annual Mercury Cycling Classic of Irvine, featuring 200 top professional riders, plus amateur racing, and bikes, a lifestyle expo, kids races, a play area, and free admission. For event information, call 800-558-4262 or visit www.irvinecycling.com. With internet speed that's lightning fast and the higher performance of Cox digital telephones, Cox Business Services and Cox Communications puts you ahead of the pack. You're always a winner with Cox.
You're watching Fox Sports Net 2.
Say, friends, by the way, don't miss out on your chance for Dodger postseason tickets. Division Series playoff tickets go on sale this Friday morning right here at Dodger Stadium. All fans arriving prior to 8 a.m. will receive a numbered wristband, and tickets will go on sale at 8:30 a.m. So for more information on Dodger postseason tickets, call 323-224-1-HIT today. Kevin Brown and Jason Middlebrook, and they go to the second inning, no score, each side having left a man. More painful for the Dodgers, they left him at third. Bubba Trammell at the plate, swings, hits a chopper foul outside of third and down the line, and the count 0-1. Alan Trammell coaching at first, Tim Flannery over at third, and it's Trammell, Bubba by name, then Kevin Witt and Ben Davis. Strike 1 pitch on the way, swung on, fouled away off to the right, and the count 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Bubba, hitting .255. And he's had a pretty good year for the Padres. 21 home runs, 80 RBIs. And I think he feels he's been given a chance to play and has made the most of it. Hits a fastball off the hands. Late start by Green in right field, but he comes up to make the catch. And we have 1 down here in the 2nd inning. Padres have lost 2 in a row coming in. And the Dodgers, of course, trying to add to that. Now, Kevin Witt out of High Point, North Carolina. Big guy, 6'4", 210. Kevin, 25 years old. Played briefly in Toronto in '98 and in '99. So Witt spent the year in AAA. Now he's a last month call-up. And the first pitch to Kevin, he has a look at a strike, and the count 0-1. Ryan Klesko is out with a bad back. Ryan Klesko is very much of an outdoors man. Loves to hunt, loves to fish. Here's the strike 1 pitch to Kevin Witt. That's swung on and missed, and the count 0-2. Well, wouldn't you know, Ryan Klesko recently got himself a whole bunch of fish and had them all cooked up for his manager and all the coaches. And of course, they dived in hungrily. Well, the manager and all the coaches got terribly ill from the bad fish. Strike 2 pitch on the way, foul back. So Kevin is still there, 0-2. I mean, that's a nice way to treat the boss. Go out and fish and poison him. Of course, at one time, Ryan Klesko is big enough, no one's going to really argue with him. It's not his fault. 1 out, 2nd inning, no score. Dodgers and Padres. Kevin Witt followed by Ben Davis. Kevin Brown into the windup. Kevin turns, ready, back with a pitch inside. Almost took a bite out of Witt's right elbow. And the count 1-2. Naturally, with Kevin Brown, the Dodgers will be counting pitches. He is well rested, of course, but nevertheless, they'll keep an eye on him. He has some big work to do. Most recently, he beat the Cardinals on the 7th, and before that, he beat St. Louis here. The pitch in there, strike 3 call to Kevin Witt. So that is strikeout number 2 for Kevin Brown. He's had a 10 strikeout game, but that was early in May against Florida.
Number 13.
So we have 2 down in the 2nd inning. And the batter now is Ben Davis. Kevin 9-4 against San Diego. 3-0 and an earned run average of less than half a run against the Padres this year. The pitch low, ball 1, 1-0. No matter what happens to San Diego, they are certainly glad that they don't have to see Arizona anymore. I mean, Arizona just wore them out. The 1-0 pitch is fouled away and the count 1-1. Arizona beat him 12 out of 19 times. But things really got tough running into Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson, and of course that can be tough for any time. But they pitched 60 innings against the Padres, and their combined record was 6-0 and an ERA of 1.5, with 96 strikeouts and only 15 walks. Pitches swung on and foul back. Interestingly enough, the Padres did win 2 games started by Randy Johnson, but Arizona scored only 4 runs in 22 innings. One of them was 19. So Phil Nevin and Bruce Bochy and the rest of them are delighted they have nothing else to do with Arizona. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, and that's high and outside. Ball 2 and the count 2-2. The Dodgers, however, have 7 games left with Arizona. 4 on this homestand starting on the 20th through the 23rd, and then the last 3 of September. There's strike 3 call to Ben Davis. So Kevin Brown has struck out 3 in 2 innings. Padres come up empty, and at the end of an inning and a half, no score.
Dodgers fans, the California Department of Consumer Affairs reminds you to flex your power by turning off lights, TVs, and computers when not in use.
Jesse, come on, let's join the downhill race.
I heard that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jesse, come on, breakfast is getting cold.
We have your daughter.
Daddy.
You have a patient. She has a 6-digit number in her head. I need that number. You need your daughter back. Michael Douglas.
Is it a telephone number?
No.
Is it a place?
Nope.
And they're gonna kill her. What is it? No!
Don't say a word.
I'll never tell.
Rated R. September 28th, only in theaters.
Morning, had his paper? Not today, Bob.
Looking for a wireless camera, huh, Harris?
What? Heard you looking for a new job, Harris. Need your carpets cleaned, Harris?
MP3 player?
Looking for a sailboat?
Want to know your future?
Click here. Oh, wait.
Need a new putter, Harris?
Is your internet provider selling your personal information?
Love life not what it should be, huh, Harris?
Switch to the #1 provider of the real internet. Call 1-800-EARTHLINK.
Water sustains life. But why sustain when you can kick? Gatorade. It's got stuff water doesn't have. Proven to get you not just back, but through, over, and above.
Understandably, since the schedule has been rearranged, we ought to keep you apprised of it. Don't forget, San Diego here tomorrow night and Wednesday night. Wednesday night, we say good luck to Tony Gwynn. Then Arizona will be in Thursday through Sunday. The Dodgers, then on Monday the 24th, will have 3 with the Giants. And then the Dodgers go out on the road. They thought they were going to finish up the year in Arizona, but they'll go to Arizona, then to San Diego, and then to San Francisco. So consequently, the season will be extended until the 7th of October. The Dodgers don't figure to run into any rain, no problems there. But then when all the postseason play, it's conceivable the last game of the World Series could be played on November 4. Meanwhile, bottom of the second inning, every Dodger game on Fox Sports AM 1150 with Ross Porter and Rick Monday. And of course, Ross, as you know, recuperating nicely, thank the good Lord. And Rick doing exceptionally well, holding down the fourth. LeDuc on a half swing, hits it back to Middlebrook, who throws in the dirt, and it's backhanded nicely at first base by Kevin Witt. And just like that, one away. A little while ago, we were talking about the pitching and the fact that 24 pitchers have worked for San Diego. The shuttle between San Diego and AAA Portland was diverted twice to add pitchers from AAA Mobile. In fact, the comings and the goings got so wild that a pitcher was summoned from Portland. That was Dave Lundquist. He arrived in the Padre clubhouse only to learn he needed to catch the next plane back. He left and he returned a week later. The pitch to Eric Harrison for a strike. The only constants for Bruce Bochy have really been Trevor Hoffman, Bobby Jones, Kevin Jarvis. Even he lost his pitching coach, as we mentioned earlier, Dave Smith. Karras fouled it away. Now he has pitching coach Greg Booker and bullpen coach Darrell Ackersfield. And even that's a story. Booker went to spring training as the bullpen coach. He was the interim pitching coach and took over for good the 16th of June. Ackersfield, who was supposed to be the pitching coach at Portland, then went into the bullpen. So their pitching had really been something. The strike 2 pitch off the plate and the count 1-2. So with 24 pitchers having worked and a dozen starters, we're looking at Jason Middlebrook tonight. The 1-2 pitch on the way. The right-hander delivers, and Karras hits it into right center, but it is slicing and coming to Trammell, who makes the catch for the out. So 2 down in the second inning, and the batter will be Adrian Beltre.
Batting 7th, number 29, third baseman, Adrian Beltre.
No score in the ball game. Bottom of the second inning, Adrian Beltre, who was hitting over 300 on the recently concluded road trip. The last game the Dodgers played Sunday in St. Louis, he was 1 for 4. So Beltre checks in, hitting .267. He has 12 home runs, 48 runs batted in, and the first pitch in for a strike, 0-1. Yes, it feels strange. Sure, it feels strange, but it is a good strange. Here's the strike 1 pitch, and Beltre takes off the plate. We're all going through our individual torments, but gee, it is good to have people in the stands, hear the ball hit the bat. see the American flag. The 1-1 pitch to Beltry is taken in for a strike. Nice pitch by Jason Middlebrook, and the count 1-2. And the babies are here, and I think really in retrospect, every time you see a baby, you realize what it's all about. To make it so much better and stronger for them. The 1-2 pitch, Beltry a comebacker, grabbed by Middlebrook to throw him out, and the Dodgers are done in the second inning. So a 1-2-3 inning, and Kevin Brown ready to go to work. At the end of 2, no score.
Million uses and counting. The new 210 horsepower supercharged Nissan Xterra. Still everything you need, nothing you don't.
So, as you can see, no one is to use the cable modem between 3 and 10 p.m. These are peak usage hours, and it moves slower.
Oh, when can we use it?
Good question, Greg. Barbara.
Okay, from now on, you go to bed at 5 p.m. and wake up at 1 a.m. to avoid cable modem slowdown. Greg, your slot is from 1 to 2. Cindy, you've got 2 to 3.
Hey, 2 to 3?
Yeah.
There is a better way to get online. Pacific Bell DSL Internet. We're on it.
Get $10 off for 3 months.
Time for the Jack in the Box play of the day. The Cincinnati Rice Cakes complete a Hail Mary at the Carnivore 1. The Cakes need only a timeout to punch it in for the win. But when the Carnivore cheerleaders put their backfields in motion, the Rice Cake drive crumbles. The play of the day is brought to you by the $1.99 Ultimate Cheeseburger. 2 monster patties and 3 slices of melting cheese for just $1.99. Eat like a carnivore. Come to Jack in the Box, where we don't make it till a carnivore orders it.
Fox Sports Net 2 presents Dodger Baseball. Brought to you by Dodge Different. See your friendly Southern California Dodge dealer today. And by Pacific Bell from the SBC Global Network. We're on it. Dodger Stadium, the lights are on, the people are here, and the Dodgers and the Padres go to the 3rd inning. No score in the ball game. It'll be Damian Jackson, Jason Middlebrook, and then Ricky Henderson. Damian Jackson, right-hand hitting second baseman, checking in at the plate. Jackson hitting .236, 4 home runs, and 36 runs batted in. Kevin Brown into the windup and delivers, and Jackson has to get out of there. That was up around the chin. 1 ball and no strikes. You know, because the schedule has been forcibly turned around and scrambled, it presents several problems, and especially to San Diego. The 1-0 pitch, a fastball fouled away. They were going to sod the infield at Qualcomm Stadium starting September 24th. That was the day after the last scheduled Padre home game. With the season being extended, it creates conflicts now with the Chargers and with San Diego State. The pitch to Jackson, down and away, ball 2. The Chargers are supposed to play Cincinnati on September 30th. San Diego State, Eastern Illinois, October the 6th. And I mean, there's a lot of headaches. The 2-1 pitch, Jackson takes low. Converting the field from, let's say, a Charger configuration to a baseball configuration takes anywhere from 29 to 36 hours. A conversion after an Aztec game takes less time because of field seat changes. Pitch to Jackson in for a strike, and the count 3-2. So management has been told by the grounds crew that they could have the field available by 5 p.m. Monday the 1st if the Padres need it, but they can't guarantee very much. 3-2 pitch on the way is taken off the plate, ball 4. So Jackson draws a walk. So to go with his 3 strikeouts, Kevin Brown now walks a batter. And with Jackson, he runs very well. He has stolen 22 out of 27, but the Dodgers certainly are expecting a bunt from Middlebrook. One other thing, with all the problems about the availability of the ballpark, the conflict with football, the resodding of the infield, There's another problem. Tony Gwynn. Sidearm fastball, a sinker low, ball 1-0. It looks like the team's final game and Gwynn's final game will be Sunday, October 7th. The club expects to issue commemorative tickets identifying it as Gwynn's last home game. Well, originally it was going to be the 23rd. The bunt attempt fouled away, so the club has pulled back on plans to issue commemorative tickets for the September 23rd game. As planned, however, fans that go to Qualcomm on the 21st will receive Gwynn replica jerseys. Then there'll be a replica silver bat on September 22nd, and there'll be all kinds of tributes running through the weekend, including September 23rd. But they've really got their hands full down there in San Diego. 1-1 pitch on the way. Middlebrook shows bunt. Bunt's foul up along first base. He was just about sitting down at home plate as he got the wood on the ball, and the count 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jason Middlebrook. He got a piece of it, but pushed it foul. And you can just imagine it's tough enough to really bunt against any major league pitcher, but somebody like Kevin Brown in an obvious bunt situation really makes it tough. Now the 1-2 pitch is instead a throw to first because they're trying to keep Jackson there. He's liable to go on the pitch whether Middlebrook gets the bunt down or not. No score, top of the 3rd inning. Another throw to first. Damian Jackson jumps back on the bag. Jackson off the bag. Middlebrook waiting. Brown set. Jackson's not going, and the pitch is strike 3 called. So Jason Middlebrook becomes the 4th strikeout victim for Kevin Brown. And with 1 out, the batter will be Ricky Henderson. It's interesting to look at this Padre ball club and realize there are 3 men on the team with 22 stolen bases. Ricky Henderson, well, that's certainly no surprise. Damian Jackson, who's at first base now, that's not much of a surprise. But how about Ryan Klesko? Yep, Ryan Klesko has as many stolen bases as Damian Jackson and Ricky Henderson, 22. Throw to first. This time Jackson has to dive back. So Henderson, who fouled out in the 1st inning, waiting at the plate. Gee, you could just go on and on and on talking about Ricky. Bruce Bochy playing him all the time to see if the records will fall, and the first pitch in for a strike. 9 years ago, Ricky stole 130 bases, but the one thing to his credit, he has passed Ruth with walks. He refuses to swing at bad pitches. In fact, prior to the break, he had walked 11 of 33 plate appearances. Swings and fouls a good fastball off, and the count 0-2. As far as Henderson is concerned, he thinks that the run scored would take precedent over 3,000 hits because, as Ricky says, scoring runs is what baseball is all about. So they said, well, what happens if you fall short of 3,000 hits and the run record? Ricky said, I plan to play 1 more year. Ricky will be 43 years old on Christmas Day. Jackson off the bag, held on by Karras. A look over by Kevin Brown. And the strike 2 pitch on the way. Swung on, flared foul off first. Karras hurrying over to get under it and makes the catch. So twice now in the early going, Karras has caught foul balls in front of the Padre dugout. And with 2 down in the 3rd inning, the batter will be D'Angelo Jimenez. Now, of course, with 2 out and the number 2 hitter at the plate, you would kind of expect to see the runner going, Damian Jackson. So we'll keep an eye on him. The Padres wearing small American flags on either side of the helmet and also on the back of the uniform. Brown a throw to first, Jackson back. All over the major leagues. Major league ball players, coaches, and managers all wearing the American flag. Brown, right foot on the rubber, looks down to get a sign. The left hand hitting Jimenez waiting, and another throw to first, and Jackson back. Jimenez went the other way, single to left field in the first inning, which brings up a point. Those who are with the Padres day in and day out said that Tony Gwynn never stops making contributions. He's an extra coach in the dugout. And the fastball is high, ball one. He doesn't want to get in the way of the coaches at all, but you can understand the young hitters would like to come over and talk to him. Dwayne Espy, who is officially the hitting coach, understands. 1-0 pitch on the way is taken for a strike. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. D'Angelo coming over from the Yankees the last week in June for Jay Watasic, a fine reliever, and the Yankees could use him, and at the same time the Padres needed an infielder. 1-1 pitch on the way. Fastball outside, ball 2, 2-1. D'Angelo Jimenez, like Benito Santiago, for instance, is another kid who had a problem in a terrible automobile accident involving a truck, but he healed nicely, and here he is. 2-1 pitch, very high, and a somewhat staggering follow through by Kevin Brown. Tried to come over the top and seemed to lose his balance, and he's going to take a little while and pull himself together before coming back. 3-1 the count. Jimenez waiting, swings, doesn't get it, and the count 3-2. Kevin Towers, the GM of the Padres, really liked Jimenez going all the way back 6 years ago when he was a first-year pro in the rookie Gulf Coast League, and he finally got him. Runner going, strike 3 called. So Kevin Brown picks up his 5th strikeout in 3 innings, and at the end of 2.5 innings, no score.
Sooner or later, everyone realizes that using drugs is a bad choice. But some people have to learn the hard way, like me. Do yourself a favor. If you haven't tried drugs, then don't start. But if you have, then do whatever it takes to stop. I know what addiction feels like. It's been 12 years, but I'll never forget how many people I hurt. The sooner you realize how much damage drugs can do, the better off you're going to be. So get some help. You deserve it.
How can I afford to fix the car with food prices so high?
Actually, we get a lot of first-timers here. Mostly they want help with oil changes, basic maintenance, you know.
I never tried doing any of this myself until now, and I'm surprised at how much I can save. Makes a difference.
Yeah, you can do it. We're here to help. Just pick up the phone.
For the best service and the low price guaranteed, shop Cragen. Replace worn belts with quality products by Daco, Topcog, and Polycog. You can do it. We're here to help.
Dodgers fans, the California Department of Consumer Affairs reminds you to flex your power by waiting to use major appliances after 7 p.m.
You guys ever been to a game where they give stuff away?
Uh-huh.
Well, if you could choose what we give away, what would it be? What's this?
That's a baby.
Give away a baby night. Boy, oh boy. A baby, huh? Everybody gets a baby?
On Friday, September 21st, all youngsters 14 and under receive a Dodger player figurine. Just a reminder, stay tuned after the game for highlights of all of today's sports action as we present the Southern California Sports Report. We'll have the Dodger postgame report and a whole lot more. And for you folks listening on radio, be sure to stay tuned for the postgame show. That'll be coming up after the game. Bottom of the 3rd inning as we continue our simulcast. The Dodgers will have Alex Cora, followed by Kevin Brown, and then Marquise Grissom. So Jason Middlebrook and Kevin Brown. And we go to the 3rd. Alex Cora checking in, trying to get something started. Cora hitting .223, 4 home runs, 29 runs batted in. Middlebrook ready and deals. Alex shows bunt and takes a strike, and the count 0-1. We can tell you that the St. Louis Cardinals defeated Milwaukee 2-1. Milwaukee led until the 6th inning when the Cardinals scored 2. Cora fouls it away. Bud Smith, the kid who no-hitted San Diego, got the victory. Ruben Quevedo suffered the loss. By the way, I'm sure you'd be interested in that. How many people do you think went to the game in St. Louis? 32,563. Strike 2 pitch on the way. Low and inside, ball 1. And the crowd here at Dodger Stadium came in, so that I would say it is somewhat of a pleasing crowd. After all, the beginning of a Jewish holiday and all of the other emotions that are in the air. Foul ball. Ben Davis comes back, but it's in the stands. Then the count 1-2. The Dodger people were saying that they had an inordinate number of telephone calls today. And there was a definite feeling, I understand, in the ticket department in talking to people. It was one of those things, I need to go to the game. I need to see the game. I need to do something normal. And you can understand that. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Cora goes after it and pulls it on the ground to Jackson. And Damian throws him out. So just like that, 1 away. So outside of the error committed by D'Angelo Jimenez in the first inning, I mean, that should have been an out. Why, Jason Middlebrook has been just about perfect. He retired 7 in a row following the error. And the batter now is Kevin Brown. Brown walking up, hitting less than a buck, but he does have a home run and 2 runs batted in. And what makes him interesting, he strikes out less than a third of the time. So if he makes contact, he's got a chance. The first pitch is swung on and lifted back to second base. Jackson goes out, pulling all the way, and makes the catch for the out. So just like that, 2 out in the 3rd inning. And Jason Middlebrook has been very, very impressive. Of course, the other kids we mentioned were outstanding in their debuts. Those other kids, Junior Herndon, Brian Lawrence, and Huáscar Serrano. Serrano pitched a great game, allowed 1 earned run, and A.J. Burnett no-hitted him. Brian Lawrence made his debut against the Dodgers and turned in a great effort. Picking up a victory, he allowed 2 earned runs. So now Jason Middlebrook, and the pitch grounded slowly to third. Nevin charges, scoops, goes way too late. So Grissom has been aboard twice, once on the error by D'Angelo Jimenez. Now he'll get an infield single, and the batter will be Mark Grassolani. And remember, Grissom stole 3rd in the first inning. A double clutch by Nevin. I think if he tried to throw it right away, he would have thrown it into the stands. You could see him grip and then re-grip. And of course, when you run as well as Grissom, you don't get a chance to catch him on the second try. So Grissom is aboard with 2 out. And Mark Grassolani, the batter. They tried to play hit and run twice in the first inning. We'll see what they do with 2 out. And the first pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. No score, bottom of the 3rd. The Rockies are leading Arizona 3-1 in the 7th inning. Tony Womack made an error, allowing Todd Helton to score. So the Rockies scored twice in the 3rd and once in the 6th. And the pitch is a strike, in the count 0-2. By the way, that's Gabe White for Colorado. Randy Johnson is pitching for Arizona, and Johnson is really toughing it out. Earlier in the game, in the 3rd inning, Larry Walker almost took his leg off with a shot off the leg, but of course, you know, Randy Johnson, he's not about to come out. 0-2 the count to Mark Grassolani. Out of his stretch goes Middlebrook. Right-hander ready delivers, and that's fouled away upstairs off the facade and comes all the way down below. No balls and 2 strikes the count. Don't forget, this is game 1 of the 3-game series. Terry Adams tomorrow night, and he'll go up against Kevin Jarvis. And then on Wednesday night, James Baldwin and Brian Tallberg. And of course, Wednesday night will be the swan song for Tony Gwynn here at Dodger Stadium. So I hope you'll be out here with it. 0-2 the count to Grassolonic. He takes low and away, ball 1. 1-2 the count. It's a darn shame, and no knock on Bubba Trammell, but it really is a darn shame that Tony Gwynn has the bad knee and will need surgery in October so that we can't see him play a whole game. Just one more time. But it's not to be. The 1-2 pitch to Grassolonic, chased and missed. And the first thing he does is look at Marty Foster as if say, "That's stringing a strike." I think Foster said yes. And at the end of 3, no score.
Breaker 1-9.
I'll be at the Lone Star Motel.
What room?
Room 17.
It started out as a simple prank.
We had a little incident here last night. The victim was staying in room 17. Ripped his jaw clean off.
But now the joke.
You really ought to get that fixed.
Get what fixed?
Is on them.
Your tail light.
Go, 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 go! Come on!
Joyride. Rated R. October 5th.
Why don't you put that frozen pizza back and go out to dinner with me instead?
Oh, sorry, I have to do my laundry tonight.
By waiting until after 7 p.m. to use major appliances, you'll help avoid rolling blackouts.
What are you doing tomorrow night?
The dishes.
And you just may find it has other advantages as well.
Next Wednesday...
I've got to vacuum Wednesdays.
Help conserve energy. Together, we can do this.
I like your cart.
Eye exam, glasses, and case, $130. 20/20 vision, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For back-to-school stuff, there's MasterCard.
No score, top of the 4th inning. A reminder, this Friday, player figurine set night at Dodger Stadium. All fans 14 and under in attendance. When the Dodgers take on the rival Arizona Diamondbacks at 7:10, will receive a set of collectible Dodger figurines featuring Eric Caro, Sean Green, and Adrian Beltre, compliments of Post Cereal. For tickets and information, call 323-224-1-HIT. Sean Green leading the Dodgers along with Gary Sheffield, but they've been tied up. It's no score in the 4th inning. Ray Langford fouls the first pitch back, and the count 0-1. Paul LaDuca checking the iron. That thing went right into the mast. Oh, 0-1 the count to Ray. He has never had much luck against Brown in the past anyway. The strike one pitch, however, is whacked to right field and deep, and that one is gone. No doubt about it, as Ray Langford cranks one into the right field seats. For Ray, that would be his 19th home run and his 54th run batted in. So for a guy who is hitting 188 in the past against Kevin Brown, he really caught up in a hurry. So he has hit 4 with San Diego. He had 15 for the Cardinals. And of course, Langford, 33, 34 years old, still a very solid player out there. So the Padres break through and take a 1-0 lead for Kevin Brown. That would mark only the 8th home run that he has allowed this year. And the pitch in for a strike to Phil Nevin. We were talking before about Nevin and a possible long-term contract, and the one thing he really wants, and that would be a no-trade clause, a pitch foul back, and the count 0-2. Phil, of course, lives in San Diego. He's born in Fullerton, and you can understand he'd just as soon stay exactly where he is. You just wonder where Kevin might play next year. Nevin, the third baseman now, but Sean Burroughs is the heir apparent. Fastball to Phil is low. 1-2 the count. Klesko has been taking flies in the outfield, and of course he played left field a lot for Atlanta. And we understand that Kevin Towers wants Nevin and Sean Burroughs to work out at second base in the instructional league, but only for 1 week. The 1-2 fastball is hit into right field. Base hit. So a home run by Langford, a single to right by Nevin, and the Padres leading 1-0.
Right fielder number 27.
Meanwhile, Arizona picked up a run.
Trammell.
They had a runner at second. They tried to pick him off, and Colorado pitcher threw the ball into center field, so the runner advanced to third, and then Finley had a scoring fly ball. So it is now 3-2 in favor of Colorado. And Kane Davis is now picking up for Denny Nagel. Meanwhile, we're 1-0 San Diego in the fourth, and here's Bubba Trammell. And the pitch to Bubba in for a strike. According to those who follow the ball club, the team has started exploring contract extensions with 2 players who are eligible for arbitration. They would be pitcher Kevin Jarvis, we'll see him tomorrow night, and Bubba Trammell. To Bubba, he has a look, and that's low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jarvis figured the Rockies would bring him back after he pitched well for them. Padres got him for $500,000. He's been an enormous bargain, and at the same time, Travel has hemmed up his end. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Brown delivers. It's fouled away, and the count to Bubba 1-2. 1 run, 3 hits for the Padres. But it was 1 swing of the bat by Ray Langford. So Kevin Brown down 1-0. Bubba is his middle name. His name is Thomas Trammell. Thomas Bubba Trammell out of Tennessee. And the 1-2 pitch off the plate, and the count 2-2. With a name like Bubba, you certainly don't expect that he's from Massachusetts. Damian Miller has just hit a 2-run home run for Arizona, and the D-backs now lead 4-3 over Colorado as Trammell chases one in the dirt and strikes out. For Kevin Brown, that would be his 6th strikeout, but he's down 1-0. And the batter now will be Kevin Witt.
First baseman number 18, Kevin Witt.
Kevin Witt, big left-hand hitting first baseman. Ryan Klesko out with a sore back, at least for tonight. So Witt has a chance to swing the bat. One run, 3 hits for the Padres. No runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. And the breaking ball down at Witt's feet. And the count 1 ball and no strike. So you have Ryan Klesko playing first base. They're talking about moving Phil Nevin to either first or second. They're talking about using Sean Burroughs at either second or third. They're talking about putting Klesko in the outfield. Witt takes outside, ball 2. So if you're a young first baseman trying to make it with the Padres, your prospects are a little dim. I mean, you really have a limited time to impress Bruce Bochy about just how good you are, because the skipper's thinking about people like Nevin and Klesko to play first. At least that's the theory about the ball club right now. 2-0 pitch. Witt hits a high fly ball back at third, down the line. A trio of Dodgers. Sheffield in fair ground making the catch, and Nevin goes back to first. So 2 down in the 4th inning, with the Padres leading 1-0, and Ben Davis coming up. By the way, when the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 4th inning, they'll come with their best. That would be Sean Green, Gary Sheffield, and Paul LaDuca. Tony Gwynn sitting quietly in the Padre dugout, watching a young hitter foul out to left field. Dwayne Espy sitting alongside of him, the official hitting coach. So 2 out, and here's Ben Davis. The first pitch by Brown, a high strike up around the letters. 0-1 the count to Ben. Davis, a 2nd round pick, hitting .238. 9 home runs, 53 runs batted in. Strike one pitch on the way. Kevin is set, looks at first, back he comes. That's a strike. So he jumps in front of the switch hitting catcher. 0-2. Davis hitting .230 right-handed, .240 left. He has 9 home runs, 4 right and 5 left. 0-2 the count. Now the strike 2 pitch, that's outside, ball 1, 1-2. Ben Davis, one of the rare players in the major leagues to wear number 13. Nevin at first, held on by Karras. And the 1-2 pitch on the way. Fastball sinks low, and the count 2-2. Marquise Grissom shading just a little to left center. He had Jimenez a base hit to left, Langford a home run to right, and Nevin a single to right. Langford's blast well hit halfway up the bleachers in right field. 2-2 the count. Brown set, ready and deals, and that's fouled away. Off to the left. And the crowd reacting at the usual scramble for the foul ball. And some poor guy caught it, dropped it, and now he is really getting the raspberries. 2-2 the count. 1-0 Padres. A youngster with a grin from me to you came up with the ball. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, and that's very high. Ball 3, 3-2. So with full count and 2 down, Nevin will be going. Karras is going to get off the bag and be directly behind him. Nevin is a break-even base stealer, 4-4. Ready to go. Brown is set. Nevin goes, and the pitch is fouled away off third, and that will slice back out of play deep in the lower deck behind the Dodger dugout. So 3-2 the count to Ben Davis. On deck, Damian Jackson. We're in the 4th inning. Padres 1, Dodgers nothing on a home run by Ray Langford, his 19th of the year. Brown is set. Nevin ready to go. The 3-2 fastball is grounded into right field. Nevin sees that Green was deep, so going all the way, he'll wind up at third. So Ben Davis gets a 3-2 fastball, singles to right, and Damian Jackson coming up.
Damian Jackson.
For Kevin Brown, that would be the 4th hit that he's been given up. 1 run. You wouldn't think much of that. I mean, give up 1 run, you're doing pretty well, but an unknown quantity out there has turned into quality, and his name is Jason Middlebrook, making his first major league start. And he has just completely shut the Dodgers down. Grissom has reached twice on an error and a squib single to third, and that's it. So Brown has his work cut out now as Damian Jackson checks in. Out of a stretch goes Kevin, comes to the hitter, down and away, ball 1. On deck, you have the pitcher, Jason Middlebrook. Naturally, anyone in this game knows you'd love to get the 8th hitter end the inning, so then they have to start the following inning with the pitcher. But at the same time, Damian Jackson hitting in the 230s, and he takes inside ball 2. So if they lose Jackson, if they walk him again, then the escape hatch would be Middlebrook. Brown right foot on the rubber. Nevin down the line from third. Davis from first. And a breaking ball way off the plate, ball 3. So it might very well be that even though Kevin Brown hates to give ground, from the looks of things, he might be pitching around Damian Jackson. Here's the 3-0 pitch on the way. High, ball 4. I just don't think he wanted much of him. So the bases are loaded. Kevin has now made 74 pitches. And the batter will be Middlebrook, who struck out trying to bunt in the 3rd inning. Padres 1 run, 4 hits, 2 walks, and Brown has struck out a half a dozen. 1-0 San Diego, and looking for more. Of course, the Dodgers have struggled with a lot of ball clubs, no matter their position in the standings. San Diego is in last place in the wild card, and they're next to last in the Western Division. But they played the Dodgers so very, very tough. A fastball in for a strike. It's amazing, too, that San Diego plays the Dodgers exceptionally tough here. They've beaten the Dodgers 4 out of 6 at Dodger Stadium. The strike one pitch on the way, fouled away, and the count 0-2. So Nevin is at third, Davis is at second, Jackson is at first with 2 out, and Brown trying to get out of the inning and use Middlebrook as an escape. He certainly doesn't want to look at Ricky Henderson on deck. Brown trying to rub a wrinkle in a new ball, and the runners take their leads. Tim Flannery has his hands full in the third base coaching box. Alan Trammell keeping his eye on Damian Jackson. All right, 0-2 the count to Jason Middlebrook. Out of his stretch is Brown. Kevin Deals, fastball, got him looking. So he pitched around. Jackson comes up with his 7th strikeout. The Padres lead 3, but thanks to Ray Langford, at the end of 3.5, they're leading 1-0.
Tickets to the game sold out. Boat rental $85. Fishing net $18. 26 stadiums down, 4 to go. Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Visit MasterCard.com for a chance to play ball with your best friends at a Major League stadium.
Dodgers fans, the California Department of Consumer Affairs reminds you to flex your power by setting your air to 78 when you're home and 85.
When I'm planning a big event, I start with OCNow.com. OCNow.com makes it easy to find what I need in just a few clicks. I don't have time to waste, so whether I'm in Anaheim or Newport Beach, I turn to OCNow.com when I need to find it fast. So if I've got red flowers and I want yellow ones, I can find a nearby florist or find a great chef from one of Laguna's hottest new restaurants. Even hire some extra waiters. It makes the difference between another event and a memory.
Looking to fulfill your need for speed? Chevy can get you there with the Southern California Motorsports Calendar. Here's what's speeding your way soon. This Southern California Motorsports Calendar is brought to you locally by the Chevy S10. Chevy invites you to test drive the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. You'll understand what we mean when we say Chevy trucks.
You're watching Fox Sports Net 2.
Padres leading the Dodgers 1-0, bottom of the 4th inning. To look at the National League West, Arizona leading the Giants by 1.5 games, and the Dodgers by 3. Arizona is leading the Rockies 4-3 in the 7th inning. In the wild card, the Cardinals beat Milwaukee 2-1. So they're in a flat-footed tie with the Giants for first place in the wild card. The Dodgers began the night tied with the Cubs 1.5 games back. So the Dodgers certainly have their work cut out for them, and facing a ball club that for 10 reasons at least just love to give the Dodgers fits, and that would be the San Diego Padres. Meanwhile, just to look at the crowd here tonight, to see the youngsters here, we have all seemed to have gotten some pure oxygen. It seems as if life has suddenly gotten a little bit better. The flowers will smell a little sweeter, and the air is clearer, and things are just a little bit better as we now see some smiles on faces where for about a week, understandably so, we have seen frowns and tears. And of course, to see babies here waving flags brings back that same thought that what we are going through and what we may have to go through will be for them. But now in the bottom of the 4th, Sean Green, Gary Sheffield, and Paul LaDuca. Middlebrook deals a strike. For the Dodgers, they could kick themselves. They had a golden opportunity. Grissom reached on an error, eventually stole third. So with 1 out, you had Green and Sheffield and a runner at third, and they failed to pick him up. Green popped up to Jackson, and Sheffield flied out to Henderson. And now suddenly here in the bottom of the fourth, they're still trying to get a run. 1 ball and 1 strike to Sean Green. Middlebrook works low and inside. Ball 2, and the count 2-1. We'll mention one last time our warmest wishes to our Jewish fans on Rosh Hashanah, the year 5762. You and all your families, Shana Tova. Meanwhile, Green fouls another one away, and the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Green, Sheffield, and LaDuca against a 26-year-old right-hander making his first major league start, Jason Middlebrook. Young fella has done exceptionally well. He had retired 9 in a row. Well, actually, he retired 8 in a row and then a squib single, but he could easily have gotten everybody. 2-2 pitch is so high it goes off Davis' glove all the way to the backstop, and the count 3-2. So Middlebrook perhaps trying to get a little something extra on the fastball. He got to 93, but it went to the backstop. So 3-2 the count to Sean. Middlebrook into the windup, and the 3-2 pitch swung on and lifted to left center. Very playable. Henderson loses his cap, but Ricky's going to make the catch for the out. So Green, a fly ball, 1 away in the 4th, and Gary Sheffield will be the batter.
Gary Sheffield.
So Ricky goes back to his position with another put out. And Gary Sheffield, who flied to Ricky in the first inning, coming up. Another interesting contrast about the Padres. As tough as they play the Dodgers, to give you an idea, if they win tonight, they will have split the 14. Sheffield takes low. The Padres are 11 games under 500 against the Western Division. But not when they're playing the Dodgers. The 1-0 pitch, a little roller, the left side of the infield, very deep. The ball is picked and thrown by Jimenez too late. And that's about the best the Dodgers have had tonight. Balls that are hit so slowly, the Padre infield can't handle them. So Grissom reached on an error in the first inning, got a squib single to third, and now Sheffield, a little roller to shortstop for a base hit. And the batter is Paul LaDuca. So the Dodgers' 2 hits wouldn't stretch across your living room. And with 1 out, the batter LaDuca, who checked his swing, hit the ball about 12 feet out in front of home plate and was shot down easily by Ben Davis. So Middlebrook has just done an outstanding job up to now. Sheffield off the bag, held on by Witt, and the pitch to LaDuca in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Sheffield doesn't run a lot, but he is successful. He has stolen 8 out of 12. So Gary takes his lead, 0-1 the pitch, and LaDuca fouls that one back, and the count 0-2. Game 1 of the 3-game series. Tomorrow night, Terry Adams and Kevin Jarvis. Wednesday night, James Baldwin and Brian Tolberg. And one way or another, we will say goodbye to Tony Gwynn here at Dodger Stadium anyway. No balls and 2 strikes to LaDuca. Middlebrook throws to first. Gary right by the bag, just turned and stepped on it. 1-0 San Diego. A leadoff home run by Ray Langford in the 4th inning. 0-2 the count to Paul LaDuca. Middlebrook bends at the waist to get a sign. Now straightens up. Strike 2 pitch on the way as a ground ball to third. Nevin goes quickly down to Jackson. Turns it to Witt. Double play. So Jason Middlebrook is doing an outstanding job. The Dodgers shut down again, and at the end of 4, Padres 1, Dodgers 0.
The best damn sports show, period. Join Chris Rose, Tom Arnold, and a bunch of washed-up all-stars as they take you places no other show dares to go.
You're a sexy man. You look very good.
The best damn sports show, period. Premieres next Monday.
In this neighborhood, if you need car repair, you call Roberto. And then Roberto usually calls us. We've been helping him earn his living for more than 15 years.
These people are like family to me, and the whole community trusts them with the safety of their cars.
I tell my customers, everyone here believes this.
For the best service, the best selection, and the low price guaranteed, shop Cragen Auto Parts. Change your own oil and save. This week, get a case of Pennzoil Motor Oil for only 99 cents a quart after rebate with coupon.
And counting. The new 210 horsepower supercharged Nissan Xterra. Still everything you need, nothing you don't.
This is not your living room. Here you don't have to worry about shoes on the furniture or spilled food on the carpets. Here your kids can get in touch with their outside voices. Dodgers. Being here is everything.
Join us at Dodger Stadium September 23rd for Fan Appreciation Day. There'll be many prizes given away. 1-0 Padres, top of the 5th inning, and a reminder, this Saturday, Tommy Lasorda Bobblehead Day at Dodger Stadium. All fans 14 and under in attendance when the Dodgers take on the Arizona Diamondbacks at 1:10 will receive a highly collectible Tommy Lasorda bobblehead doll, compliments of Tide and Bounty. For tickets and information, call 323-224-1-HIT. Little sugar for daddy. Blessed child taken in a game. Oh, yeah, they are here. And with purpose, I think. Brought by the parents for a very good reason. Ricky Henderson, D'Angelo Jimenez, and Ray Langford. 1-0 Padres. Ball one. Henderson 15 hits away from 3,000. That's a strike. One ball and one strike to Ricky. Two and one the count. The only run, that home run by Ray Langford in the 4th inning. Fastball hit inside third, down the line. Henderson on those 42-year-old legs will race to second, and he's in there standing up. So Ricky, who'll be 43 Christmas Day, can still motor. That would be his 11th double. And of course, that will go into Ricky Henderson's trophy case. His 11th double is not the thing. You have to look up where Ricky is in doubles. As we mentioned, everything he does has something to do with a record. So a runner at second and nobody out. So Brown, who just did get out of trouble in the 4th inning, now in a mess with the leadoff man doubling. It was one thing to get in trouble and strike out the opposing pitcher, but now with Ricky Henderson coming up with a double, he now faces Jimenez, Langford, and Nevin, and the Dodgers have not been able to do a thing against Jason Middlebrook. Oh, and 1 the count. Foul back. Jimenez singled to left field in the 1st inning and struck out in the 3rd. Brown has struck out 7. He's allowed 5 hits and 1 run, but he's being outpitched by Middlebrook. When the Dodgers bat in the bottom of the 5th, Karras, Beltre, Corinth, and then Brown spot. 0-2. Bad ball, and he went after it. So D'Angelo Jimenez becomes strikeout victim number 8.
Center field number 16.
And the batter, Ray Langford. Now Langford flied to center in the first inning and hit his 19th home run of the year into the bleachers in the 4th inning. Ray was really hot at Tony La Russa. He felt that La Russa just didn't talk to him and just completely froze him out. That's ball 1. Good save by LaDuca. That thing was heading for the backstop. And Langford, who was quoted as saying that I deserved better after all my years in St. Louis. 1 ball, no strikes. That's a strike. 1-1. Alex Cora trying to bird dog Henderson a little bit. 1-2. Langford hit a grand slam this year against Byung-Hyun Kim of Arizona. It was his first slam as a Padre. He had hit 5 grand slams with the Cardinals. He came over in the deal that sent Woody Williams, the pitcher, to St. Louis. Time. Ray also was wondering, after popping off about the manager, how the fans in St. Louis would treat him when the Cardinals were hosting the Padres. And they gave him an enthusiastic ovation. Everything had to stop, and he said, I really appreciated that. It was wonderful. It was great. He said, I wanted to tip my cap or wave, but I was pretty emotional, so I just tried to focus on my at-bat. One and 2 to count. Henderson at second, 1 out. Now the 1-2 pitch, and that's lifted to left field. Sheffield is there, and that's the second out. So Langford got a ball that he could pull and hit it in the bleachers. And then Brown pitched him very, very carefully and got him to go the other way in a fly ball. So Phil Nevin coming up. By the way, you know, just to give you the other side of the coin, Langford was complaining that he didn't get respect from manager Tony La Russa. But at the same time, Langford was being paid a salary of $8 million by the Cardinals. They had a great deal of respect when they gave him the money, and they wanted more for it. All right, Nevin at the plate. Drive down the right field line, slicing in the corner, going foul, and in the stands. First base umpire Mark Hirschbeck racing down the line. 0-1 to count to Phil Nevin, who has enough power to hit it out anywhere. He has 36 home runs and 108 runs batted in. So Ricky Henderson at second base with nobody out. He's still there 2 outs later, and Phil's trying to get him home. Fouled away. 0-2. One run, 5 hits for the Padres. The run, a home run. And the Dodgers, no runs, 2 infield singles. That's it. They let a run get away, a possible run in the first inning, and they begin to rue that as each inning goes by. hard slider. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, Brown giving Nevin everything he has in the store. Kevin has 3 wild pitches. Waiting on deck is Bubba Trammell. 1-2. Slider off the plate. 2-2. Kevin has now made 92 pitches. I'm not sure if he has a pitch count, but he has made 92. Fastball in on the hands. What a great job of pitching. A leadoff double by Henderson, and he does not allow him to move even another 90 feet. And at the end of 4 1/2, it's still 1-0 Padres.
The National Sports Report presents this sports break.
I'm Kevin Frazier of the National here with this sports break. The sports world returns to the playing field tonight with 6 Major League Baseball games on tap. We will have the highlights. And with baseball back in action, we'll also take a look at the changes that are being made with stadium security. Plus, the NFL considers bringing back its referees and making changes in its schedule. It's all coming up tonight at 10:30 right here on the National.
A Ford Leadership Drive is on. Last year, your Ford dealer had 5 of the 10 best-selling vehicles in America, and he wants more. That's why now's the time to get great cashbacks, like $1,250 on Focus, $2,000 on Mustang, and the 2001 Explorer, $2,500 on Ranger, Expedition, and the F-150. Whatever you're looking at, that's a lot of cash that could go right toward your down payment. So get to the Ford Leadership Drive today.
So bold. It's fierce.
To create exceptional performance. Design technology. Kumho.
Friends, here's your chance to win a new Dodge Grand Caravan. To enter, send a postcard with your name, address, and daytime phone number to this address. If your name is selected, a Dodger hits a grand slam in the 5th inning, you'll win a new Dodge Grand Caravan. Tonight's contestant, Morris Williams of Sherman Oaks. 1-0 in favor of the Padres, bottom of the 5th. Karras, Beltre, and Cora. Kevin Brown has struck out 9, but he's losing. And Karras tied up on an off-speed pitch. Jason Middlebrook has done an outstanding job. But as we said, the other 3 young pitchers in their major league starts each went at least 7 innings. Fastball lifted to left. Henderson is there. That's the 3rd put out for
baseman number
Henderson,
29.
and the batter now, Adrian Beltre. Dodgers have been completely muffled by a 26-year-old out of Jackson, Michigan, by way of Grass Lake, Michigan. He was listed the Padres' number 15 prospect by Baseball America entering 2000. 0-2. He was claimed off waivers by the Mets. And that would appear to have been a very smart move. And a bouncer by the mound. Here comes Jimenez to get him.
So Beltre, a little roller to short. You know, when you look at your scorebook, there really hasn't been a ball hard hit by the Dodgers. And Middlebrook is not blowing the ball by people. He has only struck out one. So the old story, the race is not always to the swift, and the victory is not always to the hard throwing pitcher. I mean, Brown has struck out 9. Middlebrook has struck out 1. And Middlebrook is breezing. And Kevin will be coming up if Cora can get aboard. 0-1. One ball, one strike. Ground ball. Jackson to Witt. And he's done it again. I mean, the Dodgers aren't making any waves at all. And at the end of 5, 1-0 Padres.
Consumer's Digest Best Buy. 5-star government crash test ratings. No wonder a million have switched to Dodge trucks. And with low 0.9 financing or $2,000 cash allowance on Dakota, this switch thing is really going to catch on. See, compare, ride, Dodge during the Team Dodge sales event.
ESPN Sunday Night Football.
As a player, you just can't wait to get to this day.
Every snap, every catch, all season long from the people who do it best.
He came at him outside.
Get your Sunday Night Football fix from Joe, Mike, and Paul. ESPN Sunday Night Football, only on ESPN.
Brought to you in part by IBEW Local 441, a century of service. And by Swiss Watch Gallery, I-5 and El Toro in the Laguna Hills Mall.
The 2002 Accord sedan from Honda. All it needs is love.
September 24th. You're watching Fox Sports Net 2.
September the 17th, it was 1996. The Dodgers were sitting on their hands in Coors Field in Colorado. It was pouring rain. In fact, the game was delayed 2 hours before they finally decided to play it. The pitcher, Hideo Nomo. The mound was a complete disaster, and Nomo started a pitch from the stretch in the 2nd inning. Well, it seemed absolutely impossible, but he did it. A rain, a slippery mound, a ballpark where the ball flies, and Hideo Nomo pitched a no-hitter 5 years ago tonight. Let's take a look at this one. Still 1-0 in favor of the Padres on Ray Langford's home run. Trammell followed by Witt and Davis. Hopper to short, backhanded by Cora. High throw, I mean high enough to go into the Padre dugout. So Alex Cora had a long throw to make, and he has the arm to make it, but he wasn't in the neighborhood. That will be his 19th error. And again, Brown is in some trouble. He gave up a leadoff double to Henderson and then retired the side. He got out of a bases loaded jam in the 4th. And now, just when he needed an out, instead, it'll be the overthrow. So again, a runner at second and nobody out, with Witt, Davis, and Jackson coming up, and the Dodgers are moving around in the bullpen. 0-1. Brown in the 90s, and he now has made 96 pitches.
So down in the bullpen, Chan-Ho Park could very well pitch an inning or two in relief. Maybe. 0-1 the count to Kevin Witt. 1-1. So Brown has had to work much harder. He's done a great job considering the only run was the home run. Well, this is the third inning in a row now. He really has to expend some energy. And tried too hard on that one. 2-1. Eric Gagne now is throwing in the pen. Chan-Ho might very well just be throwing in between starts. Well, when you see Gagne up, he's getting ready to relieve. And Kevin Brown is very close to 100 pitches. 2-1 to Kevin Witt, who has struck out and flied to left. Ball 3. After Witt, you have the switch hitting catcher Davis, then Jackson, and then Middlebrook. They're in the 8th inning, and Arizona is now leading Colorado 6-3. Fly ball to left field. At second is Trammell, and he's not going to try to come over. So 1 down. Steve Finley doubled in 2 to give Arizona a comfortable 6-3 lead in the 8th inning. Now Ben Davis. Davis struck out, but he also singled to right field in the 4th inning. That's when the Padres left the bases loaded, when Kevin pitched around Jackson and then struck out Middlebrook. Ball 1. You get the feeling, we certainly don't have any inside information, but you get the feeling that Brown figures to be coming out. He's due to lead off in the 6th inning. Colburn is watching him, and you can bet so is Jim Tracy. Ball 2, and you can see he's really trying to get a little something extra. Kevin has now made 102 pitches, and this is the 3rd inning in a row he's had to pitch with a lot of pressure, and now he has Trammell at second. Now he is laboring. Three 3-0 to Davis. You never know. Boshi might let him swing. Nothing automatic about taking it. That's just right. It was not a pitch he could drive down on the outside corner. A pitch that was maybe 88 miles an hour. So that was certainly not his best fastball. 3-1. And another strike. So Kevin has almost got the needle on empty, but he's trying to at least finish the drive. 1 out, 6th inning, 1-0 Padres. Trammell at second base. 3-2. Off the rubber. Jose Jimenez just committed a wild pitch, and Arizona leads Colorado 7-3 in the 8th inning. This has been, and we are so happy to report, a very responsive crowd. When the mood was heavy, it reacted. When it was heartbreaking, serious, it reacted the proper way. Now there's a lightheartedness about it. Scramble for fouls. It's good to see and hear. That's strike 3. Oh, what a pitch he just made on Ben Davis. Whoa. That will tie the strikeout high. Not that he cares, but Kevin has struck out 10. Look at that thing come back. Just drift across the plate after Ben Davis had given up on it, thinking it was inside. Great pitch. Now LaDuca goes out to talk to him.
Second baseman.
And again, you have first base open. You have Damian Jackson, the batter. Do you want to pitch to him? It looked like they certainly pitched around him in the 4th inning and then struck out Middlebrook. And they're going to take the bat right out of his hands now and walk him a 3rd time. So all 3 walks have been to the number 8 hitter. Each time they're concentrating on young Middlebrook to get out of the inning. Jason, each time that Jackson has walked, Middlebrook has struck out. Once trying to bunt, and then last time with the bases loaded. So whatever Brown has left, and it can't be too much, they're hoping he has just enough left to get the pitcher.
Middlebrook.
Now on a strong day, Jim Tracy would figure 125. That's pretty good, but his pitcher has made 111 pitches, and we're only in the 6th inning. So this is going to be his last hurrah, I think, one way or another. He gets him, he's coming out of the game. If he doesn't get him, I think he'd be coming out anyway. But he has to throw strikes. That's one. And he got that back up to 90. One nothing Padres, top of the 6th. That's 2. Well, does he have one left? The only run he gave up tonight, a home run by Ray Langford in the 4th inning. But he has really had a pitch in the 4th and the 5th and in the 6th. That'll do it. He's done it. So for Kevin Brown, his 11th strikeout, but that's not important. But he gave the Dodgers a tremendous game, going out losing 1-0.
Hello. Okay, here's the first one. He's in. Let's try the next one. Here's something new that you may not. Really? This might be something that you have. He's in. Oh. Take your time. He's in. Give him level 4.
We hire hackers to test your network before they test it themselves.
You can leave the computer, thank you.
Pacific Bell Data. We're on it.
He's always hustling you out of your RX. Fine, then he can just schlep 3 kids and a dog. What, you're out in the rain with no vehicle skid control? Tell him to get his own RX 300. With the Lexus Value Package, he'll get a 6-disc CD auto changer, power moonroof, and leather trim seats and still save $1,500, which he can just spend on you for a change. Phew, I gotta cut back on those double espressos.
Ask about the RX 300 Lexus Value Package at your Southern California Lexus dealer.
This is an obvious waste of electricity. But there are probably a few things you're doing that aren't exactly helping during this power emergency either. Like not turning off the stereo, computer, and TV when you leave a room, or bothering to flick off those lights. If we all did just that, it would help out a lot.
Hey fans, use your MasterCard card and see the Dodgers for less. Go to www.dodgers.com for the MasterCard Grand Slam ticket pack today.
And batting for Brown.
1-0 San Diego, bottom of the 6th inning. On the scoreboard, Arizona has pretty much broken it open with 3 in the 7th and 3 in the 8th. Meanwhile, Philadelphia knocked off Atlanta. Atlanta had a 3-game winning streak. The Cardinals get a little bit closer to the top and the wild card by knocking off Milwaukee. Florida beat Montreal 10-6. They had 3,000 people at that game, or at least put it this way, they had 3,000 tickets sold. The Mets beat Pittsburgh thanks to a 3-run 9th inning, and they won it 4-1. That game was moved from New York to Pittsburgh due to the terrorist attacks last Tuesday. All right, Jason Middlebrook will be facing Tom Goodwin to bat for Brown, then Grissom and Grassolani. Kevin Brown, a great 6 innings, 1 run, 5 hits, walked 3, struck out 11, and was in trouble in the 4th, 5th, and 6th inning. Tiring, obviously. He still made it by striking out 2 in the 6th. Ray Langford is the difference in the game. He hit his 19th home run in the 4th inning. Though it is 1-0 San Diego. Tom Goodwin has had a very forgettable year, and he'd be the first to tell you, hitting .224 and 1 for 15 as a pinch hitter. Ball 1. Goodwin, of course, runs very well, but you can't use that speed unless you're aboard, and he's had a lot of trouble. Ball 2. Jason Middlebrook allowed 1 man to get to third. Even that was not his doing. It was an error by Jimenez that set it up. That's a strike. D'Angelo Jimenez couldn't handle a dribbler by Grissom, who eventually got to third and stayed there. And that's popped in the air foul. Davis coming back. Doubtful. Back in the crowd. Two and 2. And Bob Daly standing up behind him. He almost got a foul ball. You want to talk about bringing coals to Newcastle? How about the boss winding up with a ball? 2 and 2. The Goodwin still alive. Ball 3. In the first inning, the Dodgers had Grissom at third with 1 out. Green and Sheffield coming up, and they couldn't score him. And now here they are in the 6th inning, still looking for a run. Fouled away, and that got Marty Fostrell, I think, on the foot. Marty was born in Denver, lives in Beloit, Wisconsin. He worked the opening series a year ago. Remember when the Cubs and the Mets opened up in Tokyo in Japan? Well, he was there. Three and 2 the count to Tom Goodwin. And he has walked. That is the first walk given up by Middlebrook.
Center fielder number 9.
And now you have Grissom, Grassolani, and Green coming up. Marquise Grissom reached on the error by Jimenez. Dave Hansen always looking ahead. He might get a call. But right now it's the top of the order. Grissom, Grassolani, and Green, the G-men. Ball 1. Grissom stealing third in the first inning. The only Dodger to get that far. He's also the only Dodger to reach second. 1 ball, no strikes. Bunt foul back. So Grissom, unable to advance his man, now checks to see what they're going to do with 2 strikes. The amazing thing, I think, about Jason Middlebrook, the last time he pitched for Portland was September 1st. In 2 weeks since he's been out on the mound, and he's been throwing strikes. 2-2. And interestingly enough, the last minor league team he faced was the Dodgers ball club in Las Vegas. And he picked up a win. In that game, he walked 3 and struck out 8. Tonight, he has walked 1 and struck out 1. 2-2 to Grissom. We'll watch Goodwin. And hammered foul down the line. That, in all honesty, is about as hard a hit ball as the Dodgers have had so far tonight. Just a foul. 2-2. Arizona leading 7-3. Bottom of the 8th inning. And the Dodgers struggling here, losing 1-0. Randy Johnson is still pitching that game despite taking a lick hard on the leg on a shot off the bat of Larry Walker back in the 3rd inning. Ball 3. Now let's see what the Dodgers do. Are they going to play run and hit? You have a couple of problems. Grissom has struck out a lot, 85 times. But you do have a pretty good runner in Goodwin. The only thing is he doesn't really know Middlebrook's good move. Well, let's see what they do. 3-2. There he goes on ball 4. And I'll tell you what, the roar of this crowd tonight after what we've gone through is music to the ear and a delightful spectacle to the eye. Greg Booker on his way out to the mound to talk to young Jason. And the Dodgers, for the first time tonight, have something going. And it's 2 walks. So it's not as if they've been jumping on Middlebrook at all. Now you have Grassolonic, Green, and Sheffield coming up. Grassolonic, in case you're thinking that way, has sacrificed twice this year. And you got to say to yourself, if he sacrifices, then do they walk Green intentionally? And then you get Sheffield. Down in the bullpen, Chuck McElroy, a veteran, a left-hander, and the kid, Huáscar Serrano. But right now, they are just starting to throw. All right, here's Grassolonic. Kevin Witt is playing on the grass at first, looking bunt. Nevin is caddy corner at third. And we'll see if they ask Grassolonic to get the bunt down. Ball 1. 1-0 San Diego on a 4th inning home run by Ray Lankford. The Dodgers completely stopped for 5 innings. Have suddenly gotten back-to-back walks here in the 6th. 1 ball, no strikes. Got it down. Witt's gonna go to first base. So the sacrifice works. Now, if you're trying to think with Boshi, you got McElroy up. And why would you have a left-hander throwing with all the right-hand batters? Well, we'll see. If he's not going to bring McElroy in to face Green, is he going to walk Green intentionally and take his chances with Sheffield? Well, Bruce will make the decision, and we'll wait and see. Meanwhile, Grassolonic does his job. Dodgers 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. And we'll watch Davis to see whether he's going to put him on or not. And he settles into a crouch. Now, whether they're actually going to pitch to him remains to be seen. And time now, the fellas in the dugout hollering to Nevin, hold it. So Nevin says something to the rookie and then goes back to his position. And now they are going to walk Green. So you couldn't understand why McElroy was warming up unless they were going to either bring him in or walk Green. And when Bruce left him in the pen, they will walk Green. Now, over the years, it always seems to be a problem when you ask a pitcher to throw 4 wide ones to then ask him to immediately come back and throw a strike. Now you're asking a kid who's already walked 2 in the inning to walk somebody intentionally. And in a moment, Gary Sheffield coming up. So the bases are loaded. It has not been any Dodger attack at all. 3 walks. And with 1 out, this crowd is into the game. Goodwin at third. Grissom at second. And Green at first. So the G-men are out there, and the chef is at the plate. 1-0 Padres. Whoa. Maybe a shoulder-high fastball. 0-1 the count. I'm sure Gary thinking this kid's walked 3. He's going to try and get a strike over, and I'll jump on it. And foul back, 0-2. A little difficult to applaud with a flag in your hands. But boy, they're up on their feet and really into it. 0-2 to Sheffield. And he pops it up in foul ground. Nevin has a play. He has the ball. So Gary Sheffield left a runner at third in the first inning and now fouls out with the bases loaded. And the Dodgers are still on the outside looking in, 1-0. And the batter is Paul LaDuca. Well, I'll tell you one thing, you got to compliment Jason Middlebrook. Bases loaded, and he went right after Sheffield. Sheffield going after that first fastball up around the shoulders. Now let's see how Middlebrook can handle LaDuca. LaDuca's 0 for 2, hit into a double play. Ball 1. On deck, Eric Carrot. 1 run, 5 hits for the Padres. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Goodwin, Grissom, and Green all out there. Ball 2. So Middlebrook, who did so well to come right back after walking Green intentionally and throw strikes to Sheffield, now suddenly he's behind 2-0 to LaDuca. Very high. So now he is a pitch away from walking over the run. (3-0) to Paul LaDuca. Strike. We're in the 6th. We got a long way to go. San Diego leading 1-0. Away. So now it's push against shove. 3-2, 2 down, and the bases loaded. I would say in his first major league start, Jason Middlebrook has been very, very impressive. I'm sure he's impressed his manager. He got Green and Sheffield with a runner at third. He walked Green and got Sheffield with the bases loaded. And now 3-2 to LaDuca. And this crowd is up again. Ball 4. It took a while. 4 walks. Bruce Bochy slammed it cap down on the ground in front of the San Diego dugout. And the crowd is wild as the Dodgers on 4 walks get a run. And Bruce has put that cap back on his head. Take a look at the pitch. And I'll tell you, good discipline by LaDuca. He would not bite. So LaDuca gets a walk, a run batted in. Everybody moves up 90 feet. And we have a 1-1 tie. So now Grissom at third, Green at second, LaDuca at first. 1-1 in the 6th. Breaking ball missed. 1-1. Bochy's sweating out the young man here. Karras out in front. 1-2. It is a clean-shaven Eric Karras, as you can note. For Jason Middlebrook, this will be his 90th pitch. 9-0. The Dodger attack is non-existent, but Tom Goodwin came off the bench and got a walk. Paul LaDuca walked with the bases loaded. Kevin Brown is off the hook. Deserved better, and it's a 1-1 tie.
Jamie Bohan owns a Hyundai Sonata.
We looked at consumer ratings and all of the features that came with the vehicle.
This is Jamie's second Hyundai.
It's very luxurious. It's very dependable.
Sonata comes with the freedom of America's best warranty and more horsepower, room, and standard features than Camry, yet is priced thousands less. Just $15,494 with automatic transmission. The Hyundai Sonata. It's a lot more car. For a limited time, get the Sonata with automatic transmission for just $15,494.
You've waited for the best time of the year to get your new vehicle. So don't miss South County's biggest model year-end clearance at Santa Margarita Ford. Now through Sunday, they've clearance priced hundreds of new and used vehicles. Discounts up to $8,000. Rebates up to $2,500. Low 0.9 financing. Don't miss this huge clearance.
Santa Margarita Ford is all about you.
That's why their salespeople are on salary, not commission. Between Alicia Parkway and the Foothill Corridor.
Josh, I was doing laundry.
And your mother found this in your pocket.
Cool. My royalty check. I sold my science project.
For $1 million?
That Cox high-speed internet is really paying off.
Mutual funds or bonds?
Whatever. That's my broker.
Sign up for Cox at Home high-speed cable internet service today and get free installation with Cox Quick Connect and 1 free month of service.
Fox Sports Net 2 presents Dodger Baseball. Brought to you by your Southern California Lexus dealers, who invite you to come in and test drive a Lexus today.
Number 16, Paul LaDuca.
Jason Middlebrook hit a wild spot in the road. Walked 4. Did strike out Eric Karras with the bases loaded after getting Gary Sheffield to foul out with the bases loaded. He went right to the wire with LaDuca, 3-2 and missed. And so the Dodgers on 4 walks get a run. What the run meant was that Kevin Brown, at least, is not going to be charged with a loss. Brown pitched a tremendous game, allowed 1 run, a home run by Ray Langford, and Brown struck out 11, a season high. Middlebrook has to duck for his life as the infield working, and they had a ball get loose, and LaDuca saying, "I'm sorry, I got the walk, but I didn't want to get you killed." And LaDuca now talking to first base umpire Mark Hirschbeck. Chan Ho Park comes out of the Dodger bullpen.
Chad Kruder will take over behind the plate. Park will go in Kara's spot as LaDuca moves to first. And for Chan Ho, in 1997, he relieved 3 times. This is the first time since. Desperate times, desperate measures. Ball 1. That third and last relief appearance for Chan Ho in 1997 was April the 25th. 2-0. Ricky Henderson has fouled out twice and doubled. That's a strike. Chan Ho with a record of 13-10. 1-1, 7th inning. Good breaking ball. 2-2. One run, 5 hits for the Padres. 1 run, 2 hits for the Dodgers. And we're now in the 7th inning. Boy, Ricky Henderson waited and waited, and then at the last second got a piece of it. Might be grammatically incorrect, but the hitters talk about waiting on a pitch. 2-2. Chan Ho goes 3-2. Kevin Brown walked 3. He walked Jackson leading off an inning. He certainly didn't want to walk him then, but he pitched around him in the 4th inning and walked him, and then walked him intentionally in the 6th. Breaking ball way off the plate. So Henderson leading off with a walk, and the Dodgers are playing with fire because the leadoff man for San Diego has gotten aboard in the 4th, in the 5th, in the 6th, and now in the 7th. And of course, the baseball Bible says, get that first man, that leadoff man. It is 7-3. A final score as Byung-Hyun Kim shut the door on Colorado. And a drive to right center field and deep, and that's way over Gilson's head. That will go up against the wall and bounce in. So Henderson has to stop at third, and so Chan Ho Park now comes in, walks Henderson, and gives up a double to Jimenez. And actually, San Diego would have scored a run, except the ball bounced up into the seats. So Chan Ho Park has suddenly put the Dodgers in a huge hole. 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and the big guys coming up. Langford, Nevin, and Trammell. And let's see if they're even going to pitch. Yeah, they will to Langford. Fly to center, homered, fly to left. And with 3 home runs in the past against Chan Ho. Foul ball. 0-1. Padres have left 8 men in 6 innings, 6 men in the last 3 innings. And we still have a 1-1 tie. Dodger infield moving up on Langford. Ray hitting .249. Fouled away. 0-2. Langford has a lot of pop. However, he does pay the price. Langford has struck out 135 times. Chan Ho trying to put him away right now. So you have a guy who has struck out 135 times facing a pitcher who has 204 strikeouts. 0-2. One ball, 2 strikes. Langford hit his home run in the 4th. Dodgers on 4 walks tied it in the 6th. And now Chan Ho in a big hole. Infield about halfway. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Oh, what a save by Chad Kreuter. That thing was heading for the backstop for sure. For Chan Ho Park, he has 2 wild pitches. And LaDuca made several great saves to help out Brown. That thing almost hit Langford on the left foot. That was so close. So Kreuter just enters the game, makes a good defensive play, and the count 2-2 to Ray Langford. Ricky Henderson at third, D'Angelo Jimenez at second, and nobody out. Tomorrow night, Terry Adams and Kevin Jarvis. Wednesday night, James Baldwin and Brian Tolberg. 2-2. And another block by Kreuter. Ball 3. Henderson thought about it, and with nobody out, he'll hold on. So they're trying to get him with hard breaking balls down and in. And that's twice Chan Ho has almost thrown one away. On deck, Phil Nevin. But it could be if they get Langford, they might walk Nevin. We'll see. He had him 0-2. Now it's 3-2. And he let him get away. So that changes everything. So now, with the bases loaded, Phil Nevin coming up. Now, Nevin is also somewhat of a strikeout hitter, but he also has 36 home runs. But Phil has struck out twice tonight and 133 times this year. So when Chan Ho had Langford 0-2, you thought, okay. But then he walked him. So Henderson, 9 away from Cobb as far as scoring runs, just 90 feet away. Jimenez standing at second, and Langford. A great at bat, especially considering his background of striking out a lot. So now Nevin. Phil batting .311. Always does well in this spot, and 3 slams. They're going to check. Yes, a swing, says Mark Hirschbeck. 0-1 the count to Phil Nevin, who can't believe it. That's a blankety blank crime, he said. Bases loaded, nobody out. 7th inning, a 1-1 tie. Arizona polished off Colorado 7-3. St. Louis beat Milwaukee 2-1. The heat is on the Dodgers. 0-1. 0-2. So when you have a guy who has struck out over 200 and he gets a no ball 2 strike count on 2 fellas who strike out an awful lot, you figure the odds are you're going to see a couple of strikeouts. But instead, Chan Ho went 3-2 and walked Langford. Now let's see what he does 0-2 with Nevin. A walk, a double, and another walk. Boy, he is making Chad Kruder work trying to handle those hard sliders. 1-2. I don't know how many pitches Chan Ho threw in the bullpen, but he's going to make his 18th pitch of the inning right now. Ground ball through. 1 run scores. 2 runs will score. Langford stops at second. So that's amazing, isn't it? 2 guys who have struck out about 135 times each. Each batter with the count no balls and 2 strikes against a strikeout pitcher, and Langford walks and Nevin singles in 2. Ground ball, base hit. Not a chance for anyone, including Cora, to get at it. So now it is 3-1 Padres, and the batter will be Bubba Trammell. Flied to right. Struck out, reached on an error. 3 runs, 7 hits for the Padres. 1 run, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Foul back. So Chan Ho has walked 2, given up 2 hits and 2 runs. Still nobody out. Langford at second, Nevin at first. Phil Nevin picking up 2 RBIs with that base hit. That gives him 110 runs batted in. Big year. Oh, and 1. Well, it's been a while, 4 years since Chan Ho relieved, and you get the idea that it might be another 4 years. And it just does not seem to be his milieu. And they're throwing back of him in the bullpen. 1-1. Ball 2. Eric Gagne is down in the bullpen. And the crowd now that was so up and at him, kind of grumbling and some booing. Two and 1. 2-2 to Trammell with the left-hand hitting first baseman Kevin Witt on deck. Three, 7-1 for the Padres. 1-2-1 for the Dodgers. But the Dodger run, remember, on 4 walks. The bats did not figure. 2-2 to Trammell. And that pops out of the mitt. Kruder has lost sight of it for the moment. After all those sliders down and wicked that Chad was able to block, that pitch just took off. I mean, look at that thing sail, and it looked like it should have been caught. It's a pass ball, and that's certainly a good call. So second and third, still nobody out, and now the infield has to play up. Not halfway, they're up. They can't give up any more runs. 3-2 the count to Bubba Trammell. And he walks him. So this has really been a very disappointing inning, and Jim Colburn has gone out to the mound. So Chan Ho, in his first relief assignment in over 4 years, gives up 3 walks, a double, and a single. And to be honest, looks absolutely lost out there. When he had Langford 0-2, you thought he's got a good shot of putting him away, and he walked him. Then he had Nevin 0-2 and gave up a 2-run single. Now he walks Trammell. A left-hand hitter, Kevin Witt, coming up. Of course, again, for all the pitchers, after the layoff, you can understand some walks. And that was the amazing thing about Jason Middlebrook. He had not pitched, according to the records furnished by the Padres, in over 2 weeks. And yet, through the first 5 innings, he didn't walk anybody. And then all of a sudden, he walked 4, 1 intentionally, but he was still very impressive. But now, Jim Tracy has gone out. I'm not sure if the mound is bothering Chan Ho or he hurt himself. Stan Johnson is coming out. So Stan Johnson, the Dodger trainer, talking to Chan Ho, but there's no indication. Now I think Kruder's going to come behind the plate, and they're going to, but Tracy, I think, is saying, no, never mind. I think Jim is going to hook him right now and go to Gagne. And that's what it is. So whatever happened to Chan Ho Park, he certainly was way off the beam, but I can't tell you what he did. But out he goes. Obviously did something. Stan Johnson walking off with him. And we assume that Eric Gagne is relieving an injured pitcher. That, of course, if that is so, Gagne has plenty of time to warm up. So we'll be back right after this.
Tickets to the game sold out. Boat rental $85. Fishing net $18. 26 stadiums down, 4 to go. Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Visit mastercard.com for a chance to play ball with your best friends at a Major League stadium.
Once again, Lowe's is improving home improvement because Lowe's is the only place you'll find top choice lumber, prime grade lumber with 4 clean sides that fit together like a dream. So you'll spend less time looking for wood that'll last for generations. And Lowe's promises you'll get the lowest possible prices. Every day, guaranteed. Top choice quality. Lowe's low prices. That's improving home improvement. Lowe's is the official cash donation site for the American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund.
A Ford Leadership Drive is on. Last year, your Ford dealer had 5 of the 10 best-selling vehicles in America, and he wants more. That's why now's the time to get great cashbacks, like $1,250 on Focus, $2,000 on Mustang, and the 2001 Explorer, $2,500 on Ranger, Expedition, and the F-150. Whatever you're looking at, that's a lot of cash that could go right toward your down payment. So get to the Ford Leadership Drive today.
This pitching change is brought to you by Jiffy Lube. If it's been over 3,000 miles since your last oil change, go to Jiffy Lube. It only takes minutes and you never need an appointment.
San Diego leading the Dodgers 3-1, breaking a 1-1 tie here in the 7th inning. Folks sitting back after a previous inning where the entire ballpark was up and cheering and waving. Now, of course, somewhat disillusioned by that performance by Chan Ho Park. If we get any news whether Chan Ho hurt himself, we'll see. But he has certainly put a dent in things for the Dodgers, because not only do the Padres lead 3-1, he leads with the bases loaded, still nobody out, and Gagne facing Kevin Witt, who has struck out and twice flied to left field, but that was against Kevin Brown. Langford at third, Nevin at second, Trammell at first, nobody out. Ball one. And almost hit him. So now Gagne is behind 2-0. At third base, Ray Langford. At second, Phil Nevin. And at first, Bubba Trammell. And a drive to right center. Green is going to make the catch. But two runners will tag. Langford will score. Nevin will go to third. And it's 4-1 San Diego. So Witt, starting in place of Ryan Klesko, gets a scoring fly ball, a run batted in. The run is charged to Chan Ho. First and third, one out, and the batter is Ben Davis. For Kevin Witt, a nice moment for him. His first Major League RBI with the Padres. He did play briefly over in the American League with Toronto. And that's a fly ball deep enough, certainly, to tag up for Nevin. So he's up and on his way in. It is now 5-1 San Diego. Davis a scoring fly ball. And Nevin, who scores, is also charged to Chan Ho Park.
Damian Jackson.
Trammell, who is standing at first, is also Chan Ho Park's responsibility. Damian Jackson has walked 3 times. So Gagne gets a couple of fly balls, but unfortunately for him and for the Dodgers, and especially for Chan Ho Park, a run scores each time. Did he? Yes, he did. 0-1. 5 runs, 7 hits for the Padres. 1 run, 2 hits for the Dodgers, who certainly up to now have had a non-existent offense. 0-1. Breaking ball, slow curve for a strike. 0-2. And on deck, a glimpse anyway, Tony Gwynn. We told you he can't play the outfield. He's going to have surgery on his knee. Ball 1. But it is great to see him, if only in a limited capacity. Don't forget, Wednesday night, not guaranteed we're going to see him, but it'll be his last game ever at Dodger Stadium. 2-2. You know, when Tony Gwynn hangs it up at the end of the season, he'll become the 10th player to take the highest current career batting average into retirement. 18 consecutive 300-plus seasons. He was hitting .338 at the start of the season. That's strike 3. He's hitting .326 right now. So Tony will not come up. However, the Padres get 4 at the expense of Chan Ho and lead 5-1. Now, for a look at what's ahead on the National Sports Report after the game, let's go to the Fox Network Center.
It's time for the traditional.
The National Sports Report presents this sports break.
I'm Kevin Frazier of the National here with this sports break. The sports world returns to the playing field tonight with 6 Major League Baseball games on tap. We will have the highlights. And with baseball back in action, we'll also take a look at the changes that are being made with stadium security. Plus, the NFL considers bringing back its referees and making changes in its schedule. It's all coming up tonight at 10:30 right here on The National.
A Ford Leadership Drive is on. Last year, your Ford dealer had 5 of the 10 best-selling vehicles in America, and he wants more. That's why now's the time to get great cashbacks, like $1,250 on Focus, $2,000 on Mustang, and the 2001 Explorer, $2,500 on Ranger, Expedition, and the F-150. Whatever you're looking at, that's a lot of cash that could go right toward your down payment. So get to the Ford Leadership Drive today.
2 a.m. Cable modem has full speed.
Oh, hey. Cable speed is up. Just put on some fresh coffee. Thanks, Greg.
There is a better way to get online. Pacific Bell DSL Internet. We're on it.
Get $10 off for 3 months.
Dodgers fans, the California Department of Consumer Affairs reminds you to flex your power by waiting to use major appliances after 7 p.m.
Well, we've been privileged to hear that song sung for so many, many years. And tonight, for a lot of reasons, it just sounded extra special. Because out there in center field is a constant reminder of what we have gone through, for that matter, what we are going through now, and for what we might have to go through in the future. But at least for the moment, to hear a crowd sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," it was truly sweet music. Meanwhile, Huáscar Serrano will take over on the mound. Cesar Crespo is going to be at second base for Damian Jackson, and Mike Colangelo will go into left field for Ricky Henderson. For the Padres, you can put Serrano in Jackson's spot. That's right. Adrian Beltre hit back to the box, grounded to short. Fastball is hit up the middle, a base hit. Coming over to pick it up is Langford, and holding on with a single is Adrian Beltre.
Shortstop number 3.
Huáscar Serrano is from the Dominican Republic. He's only 22 years old. He is 6'2" and about 175 pounds. He still lives in the Dominican, in Bani. He did very well in his first major league start, just as young Middlebrook did tonight. When Serrano made his start, he had the misfortune of facing A.J. Burnett, and Burnett no-hitted the Padres. Serrano went 7 innings in that game and allowed 1 earned run and took a loss. Beltre at first, nobody out. 7th inning, 5-1 Padres. That's going to go foul. Oh, was that close? Third base umpire Wally Bell right on the line. You can't cut it any closer than that and have it go foul. And of course, Cora has a habit of coming up with extra base hits. He has 23 extra base hits. 16 doubles, 3 triples, and 4 home runs. 0-2. Dodgers with a long road to try to catch up. 5-1 San Diego, bottom of the 7th. Did he go after that? Yes, he did. And Beltre goes to second. So Cora strikes out. And I assume a wild pitch. Oh, yeah. So Davis blocked it with his body. That's about all. And the batter now is Chad Kruder. And it is strikeout wild pitch with Beltry taking second. "5-1 San Diego, 1 out, 7th inning. Kruder followed by Grissom. Dodgers having a lot of trouble against Middlebrook. Now they're facing Serrano. Tomorrow night they'll face an 11-game winner in Kevin Jarvis. Oh and 1. 1-1. When you check the San Diego minor league organization, there are 3 names that would be considered the cream of the crop. Number 1 would be Sean Burroughs. Number 2 would be Jacob Peavy. And number 3, Huáscar Serrano. Two balls, 1 strike. Three and 1. Padres scored in the 4th inning on a home run by Ray Langford. The Dodgers tied it up in the 6th inning on 4 walks. And then Chan Ho Park made his first relief assignment in over 4 years. And it just didn't fit. He gave up 3 walks, a single and a double, and was charged with 4 runs. And a towering drive to right. Back goes Trammell at the wall. Leaps up, can't get it. It's gone. Home run for Kruder. And the Dodgers cut it back now. The Padre lead is 5-3. So Kruder hits his 5th home run of the year. Bruce Bochy is going out to the mound, and we'll see if he brings the hook. The Dodgers have the G-men coming up. Grissom, Grassolonic, and Green. And Bruce is going to take the ball from him. So Kruder hit it so high, and in the cool air, it didn't really travel. And Trammell tried to time and leap, but missed it. So it is 5-3 in favor of San Diego. And Kruder gets the Dodgers back in the hunt. Jeremy Fickach is due to come in. I know you're not familiar with those names, and you know what? Neither are we. Middlebrook, Serrano, and Fickach. It is 5-3 Padres, and we'll be back.
Time for the Jack-in-the-Box play of the day. The always dangerous Boston Bean punt returner Terrell Garbanzo is ready to burn the Carnivores with his 3rd TD. But he didn't get far as Carnivore blimp pilot Skip Hindenburg breaks through the wedge with an emphatic, "Not in my house." The play of the day is brought to you by the $1.99 Ultimate Cheeseburger. 2 monster patties and 3 slices of melting cheese for just $1.99. Eat like a carnivore. Come to Jack-in-the-Box, where we don't make it till a carnivore orders it.
AAA's Top Choice, a Consumer's Digest Best Buy. 5-star government crash test ratings. Just right. And just plain smart. Now with thousands of dollars in finance savings or cash allowances from $1,500 to $2,500. See, compare, ride, Dodge during the Team Dodge sales event.
In this neighborhood, if you need car repair, you call Roberto. And then Roberto usually calls us. We've been helping him earn his living for more than 15 years.
These people are like family to me, and the whole community trusts them with the safety of their cars.
I tell my customers everyone here believes this.
For the best service, the best selection, and the low price guaranteed, shop Cragen Auto Parts. Change your own oil and save. This week, get a case of Pennzoil Motor Oil for only 99 cents a quart after rebate with coupon.
Grissom.
San Diego leading 5-3 as the Dodgers, on a single by Beltre and a home run by Cruda, get a little bit closer. Meanwhile, Jeremy Joseph Fikach out of Texas and Southwest Texas State University. Fikach is 26 years old. A strike. 0-1. Fikach has pitched in Idaho Falls and 2 years in Rancho Cucamonga. Line drive, base hit by a diving Nevin, picked up by Colangelo. So Grissom is aboard. And for Grissom in the leadoff role tonight, he has been on base 4 times on an error by Jimenez, an infield single, a walk, and now a line drive single. And the batter, Mark Grassolani. So the Dodgers did not have an offense for 6 innings. They have waited, and now suddenly here's Grassolani with Green on deck. Grassolani grounded out, struck out, and sacrificed in the 6th inning. 0-1. Fikach 2-0. In 15 innings, he is not allowed a run. Wow. He has held the opposition under 100 batting average. Fikach had 20 saves last year in Rancho Cucamonga. And when you look at his numbers, he walked 24, struck out 101. So here are the Dodgers with Kevin Brown, Chan-Ho Park, and Eric Gagne. Here are the Padres with Jason Middlebrook, Huáscar Serrano, and Jeremy Fikach. Little roller to Nevin. In time to take care of Grassolani, advancing Grissom to second and bringing up Sean Green.
Number 15.
This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Dodgers may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of the game may not be disseminated without the express consent of the Dodgers. Sean popped up with Grissom at third in the 1st inning and 1 out. Flied to left leading off the 4th and was walked intentionally in the 6th. Batting .299. To Sean Green. Little foul ball. 0-2. And 2. Foul back. Grissom at second base. He's been at third twice and failed to score either time. They left him. 1-2 to Sean Green. Padres 5 runs, 7 hits. Dodgers 3 runs, 5 hits. I think Sean might have gone after a bad ball in the sense it was down and away. But after watching him for the last 2 years, he can also hit that thing in the seats in left field. Arizona knocked off Colorado 7-3. That was bad news for the Dodgers. St. Louis beat Milwaukee 2-1. That was bad news for the Dodgers in the wild card. Grissom at second, 2 out, 2-2 to Green. Down he goes. So Fekosh comes in and restores order. And at the end of 7, the Padres 5 and the Dodgers 3.
The best damn sports show, period. Join Chris Rose, Tom Arnold, and a bunch of washed-up all-stars as they take you places no other show dares to go.
You're a sexy man. You look very good.
The best damn sports show, period. Premieres next Monday.
There are times when we ask our cars to carry heavier loads than normal. And whether it's hauling, towing, or even carpooling.
All right, Flipper.
It really stresses your engine. That's why there's Pennzoil Synthetic Blend. It's greater protection for harder working engines.
The boss needs the pool repaired by tomorrow afternoon. Don't screw it up.
Look for Pennzoil Synthetic Blend. Now available at your local Target store.
The longest-lasting full-size pickup on the road now comes with an incredible short-term offer. Get over $5,000 in finance savings on Dodge Ram Quad Cab or $2,000 cash allowance, plus factory-to-dealer incentives which could save you even more. See, compare, drive, Dodge during the Team Dodge sales event.
You can't choose what your kids' fondest memories will be 30 years from now. What stories they'll tell their kids, that's really up to them. But this is not to say you can't have some serious say in the matter. Dodgers, being here is everything.
(5-3) San Diego, top of the 8th inning. And protecting that lead, Jeremy Fekosh came in, got a little ground ball of the bat of Mark Grassolonic, and then with a runner at second base, struck out Sean Green. And now we're in the 8th inning with Crespo to lead it off. 1 ball and no strikes to Cesar Crespo. He'll be followed by Mike Colangelo and then Jimenez. Crespo was in the Florida Marlins chain, and he came over with Mark Kotsay for Eric Owens and Matt Clement. Right. Crespo is only 22, and he's only been a pro for 3.5 years. He's a switch hitter, and a fly ball to center. Grissom is there. 1 away. We were wondering, as I'm sure you were, what kind of a crowd we would have tonight. Some of whom have left now to go home, but the crowd tonight,
left fielder number 21,
40,000,
Mike
676. That says an awful lot, and I don't think I have to tell you about it. So the batter is Mike Colangelo, and that's a strike. Colangelo hitting .290, 2 home runs, 8 runs batted in. And if you're an outfielder, you're looking at Langford and Trammell. You figure Henderson might not be back, but there's also Mark Kotsay and Mike Dawg, who have been banged up. That's a strike. 1-2. We get a report on Chan Ho Park. We don't know how or when. We just knew he looked lost out there. And we get a report that he suffered a strain of the left Achilles. Being a right-handed pitcher, he would be landing on his left foot and somehow or other hurt himself. Pretty good pass ball there, 2 down. When he did it, he did not appear to be in any trouble physically until he walked Bubba Trammell. And by that time, 2 of the 4 runs were already in. So now D'Angelo Jimenez, who has singled, struck out twice, and then doubled against Chan Ho in the 7th inning. He lost an RBI when the double bounced up into the bleachers. By the way, when the Dodgers bat in the bottom of the 8th inning, strike, they'll have Sheffield, LaDuca, and a hitter for Gagne. 5-3 Padres, top of the 8th. 1-1. So down in the bullpen, Jesse Orozco begins to loosen up. And a drive to right field. Green to the track at the wall. Leaps up. It is gone. So Jimenez has a single, a double, and a home run. And the Padres open it up again and lead 6-3. So just when Gagne looked like he was on a roll, he had retired 5 in a row, although 2 of them were the long fly balls. He gives up the home run to Jimenez.
Langford.
For Gagne, that would be the 24th home run that he's allowed. And now Ray Langford, who homered against Brown back in the 4th inning. Ball 1. One and 1. The Dodgers have played well at home to the extent they are 11 games above 500. But it is a little shocking to realize they're on the edge of losing 5 out of 7 at home to San Diego. But those are the cold, hard facts. And a kid like D'Angelo Jimenez, a single, a double, and a home run tonight. And young pitchers, Middlebrook, Serrano, Fikash, have shut him down. 3-1 to Ray Langford. That's a strike. Meanwhile, Tony Gwynn made one very brief appearance. That was in the 7th inning when Jackson was hitting. And Tony came out in the on-deck circle to bat for Jason Middlebrook, but Jackson struck out. Tony went back in the dugout, and that's all the crowd has seen of him. In the hole goes Grassolonic on one knee and throws in time. Great effort by Mark Grassolonic to nip Ray Langford. Meanwhile, Bruce Bochy's going to go out to save his outfielder, talk to Hirschback, and we'll be back.
Let's do it.
These guys don't look so tough.
Heads up.
I got you. On your left. Go. I'm hot, baby.
Time to go for a spin.
Gatorade. Bring your game to life.
I'll take the big guy.
Which big?
Feeling a little lost in the crowd with your web hosting? At Viapoint, we specialize in delivering quality customer service and detailed attention to your businesses. Viapoint offers dedicated and shared web hosting, web development, and private label products. Combine that with the best bandwidth and lowest latency, and you'll understand why Viapoint is the web solution for Orange County's businesses. Are you ready for a little attention? Viapoint. Find us on the web at viapoint.com.
McDonald's, we're all about value. And now for a limited time, we've got a great new deal with our 7 extra value meals for just $2.99. So get it while the getting's good and score everything from a classic Big Mac sandwich to a Cajun McChicken or even a filet of fish. Your choice of 7 favorites. Complete meals with fries and a soft drink. McDonald's 7 extra value meals, just $2.99 every day. Because when it's gotta be a good meal and it's gotta be a great deal, it's gotta be McDonald's. We love to see you smile.
On Fox Sports Net. You're watching Fox Sports Net 2.
Fox Sports Net 2 presents Dodger Baseball. Brought to you by Pennzoil. Protection under the toughest driving conditions. Bottom of the 8th inning at Dodger Stadium. The Padres leading the Dodgers 6-3. And the Dodgers will have Sheffield, LaDuca, and a batter for Gagne. For the Dodgers, they really couldn't have asked much more than what they had tonight. They had a runner at third with 1 out. Green and Sheffield coming up. They left him. They had Sheffield come up with the bases loaded in the 6th inning. This time he breaks his bat. Nevin will make the throw in time. So Sheffield fouled out with the bases loaded, and then Green struck out with a runner at second. So if you shut down Green and Sheffield in the same ball game, you've done a great job, and the Dodgers are not going to score very much. So 1 away. Paul LaDuca coming up with Chris Donalds on deck. LaDuca walked with the bases loaded to drive in a run. Actually force in a run. There wasn't any driving. He had to take a 3-2 pitch just off the plate. Before that, he was thrown out, topping a ball out in front of the plate, and it hit into a double play. 0-1. Right. 0-2. One ball and 2 strikes. Paulie hitting .327. And that's flared into right center. There's nobody there. It's going to drop. So LaDuca gets a 1-out fly ball single, and Chris Donalds coming up.
Your attention, please. For the Dodgers, now batting for Gagne, number 50, Chris
Donalds with the ball club earlier, then was sent out, then called back this month. 3 home runs, 8 runs batted in, and 2 of the 3 home runs as a pinch hitter. He's 6 for 25, and he's picked up 6 runs batted in coming off the bench. Ball 1. Together, Curt Schilling and Randy Johnson were 6-0 against San Diego, and they are the pillars of the Arizona building. Well, Randy Johnson won tonight. He's now 19-6. Went 8 innings. Didn't overpower people. He struck out 6, but only allowed 2 earned runs. Randy has now won 10 of his last 11 decisions. So Arizona gets tremendous pitching from 2 tremendous pitchers. Foul ball. So unless the Dodgers get off the deck, they will be 2 games behind the Giants and the Cardinals in the wild card. And they will be in a bad way to go in the division. Losing tonight, the Dodgers would be 4 back of Arizona. 1-2. 2-2. Tomorrow night, remember, Terry Adams and Kevin Jarvis Wednesday night as we say goodbye to Tony Gwynn, James Baldwin, and Brian Tolberg. 2-2 the count to Chris Donalds. Adrian Beltre on deck. Three and two. The only time the Dodgers have scored is when the leadoff man reached in the 6th and in the 7th, where the leadoff man was getting on base consistently against the Dodgers. That's way outside. So hope burns eternal as Beltre comes up, representing the possible tying run.
Third baseman number 20.
2 on, 1 out.
Adrian Beltre.
Down in the bullpen, Jose Nunez, a left-hander. And of course you have Cora on deck. You have Critter, a switch hitter. And you also would neutralize Dave Hansen. So they get Nunez up. Hansen just waiting and watching. So here's Beltre. Hit back to the box, grounded to short, single to center. Beltre hitting .267. 12 home runs, 48 runs batted in. Jeremy Fikash with 2 on and 1 out. LeDuc at second, Donalds at first. 0-1. 0-2. Now Dave Hansen is out on deck. If Hansen, for instance, should force Bruce Bochy's hand, the Dodgers have Jeff Rebele, Brian Johnson, Eram Bocachica, Phil Hyatt, and Bruce Avon if they want a right-handed bat. Ground ball to the hole, base hit. They are going to wave LeDuc in, and Colangelo will get the ball into Nevin. So the Padre lead is now 6-4 as Beltre singles in a run. Now the tying runs are out on base. Hansen will now be announced, and we'll watch and see what Bochy does after Hansen has been announced.
Dave Hansen.
Well, Bruce sits back, chewing his gum, and Hansen's going to come up. And now here comes Bochy. Because you had to figure the big reason why Nunez was up was to neutralize Hansen. However, Dave stays in the batter's box. I'm not sure if he saw Bochy call in Nunez or not. Meanwhile, there's Phil Hyatt. And now that Hansen is informed about Nunez, he's coming out. So it all figures. Fikash comes out. Hansen's been burned up. He's gone. Hyatt looks like he will be the batter against Jose Nunez, and we'll be back.
Nunez.
Cable modem has full speed.
Hey. Oh, hey. Cable speed is up. Just put on some fresh coffee. Thanks, Greg.
There is a better way to get online. Pacific Bell DSL Internet. We're on it.
Get $10 off for 3 months.
like, take a look at this cake. It's just an absolutely perfect cake. Oh, it's just wonderful. You should just try some of this. It's just like superb. Would you like to try some of that? Oh, man alive.
Want to get a great $6 restaurant burger without the restaurant?
Oh, man.
The $6 burger, $3.95 at Carl's Jr.
Well, as Jack Clark studies the hitting chart, Sean Green, as he always does, making his own particular note.
Running at second base for Donald.
Meanwhile, McKay Christensen will run for Donald at second base.
Contestant, please, for the
and
Dodgers.
Phil Hyatt
now batting for
will now come up to bat
44.
for Dave Hansen, who had been announced
Hyatt.
to bat for Cora. So Jose Nunez, he's another kid. He's only 22, from Monte Cristi in the Dominican Republic. That was the town that produced Felix Rodriguez, the hard thrower who came up to the Dodger organization and went on to the Giants. Jose has been in single A ball all of last year. Hyatt, who had 44 home runs at AAA, at the plate. Big curveball. So that sends him a message right away. We know you can hit a fastball. So he starts him breaking ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Another breaking ball. 1-1. Down in the bullpen, waiting for a chance to close it out, Trevor Hoffman. 1-1 the count. Brother Glenn shepherding the Dodger base running. Breaking ball. That's all he's going to get. The word has been out on Phil Hyatt. I mean, it's no secret. He can hit a fastball out of the country. Can he hit a curveball? Well, the word says he's going to have to prove it, and Nunez has given him 3 curves on the count 1-2. Christensen at second, Belcher at first, 1-1. Another breaking ball. So welcome to the big leagues. And down goes Phil Hyatt. 5 curveballs to dispatch him. And the batter now, Chad Kreuter.
Catcher number 21, Chad Kreuter.
Chad Kreuter picked the Dodgers up a little bit with a 2-run home run in the 7th inning. However, he hit that home run left-handed. Now he turns around to bat right-handed. Interestingly enough, Kreuter, it would appear, at least on paper, has a little more power right-handed than left. 2 on, 2 out. Fastball, strike. You remember Nunez, don't you, earlier this year when he was with the Dodgers? Oh, 0-1. Fouled away, 0-2. So Nunez, who looked like a prospect, and remember when the Dodgers started coming out of spring training, they really didn't have a veteran left-hander because Orozco was not on the ball club. And it was asking an awful lot from Nunez, and he was unable to do it. However, he was then claimed on waivers by the Padres. And here he is. Fastball. Nunez is 3-1 since he put on that San Diego uniform. So he's done very well for them. And for the Dodgers, I guess you could say a taste of their own medicine. 1-2. Breaking ball got him. And that's, of course, the pitch that impressed all of the Dodgers in spring training. He's got a great curveball. It served him well. And the Dodgers are still on the short end, 6-4.
Time for the Jack-in-the-Box play of the day. The always dangerous Boston Bean punt returner Terrell Garbanzo is ready to burn the Carnivores with his third TD. But he didn't get far as Carnivore blimp pilot Skip Hindenburg breaks through the wedge with an emphatic, "Not in my house." The play of the day is brought to you by the $1.99 Ultimate Cheeseburger. 2 monster patties and 3 slices of melting cheese for just $1.99. Eat like a carnivore. Come to Jack in the Box, where we don't make it till a carnivore orders it.
Think of it as a light beer that's not in touch with its feminine side. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer.
You guys ever been to a game where they give stuff away?
Uh-huh.
Well, if you could choose what we give away, what would it be?
What's this?
That's a baby.
Give away a baby night. Boy, oh boy. A baby, huh? Everybody gets a baby?
On Friday, September 21st, all youngsters 14 and under receive a Dodger player figurine.
Welcome back. It's time for Southern California Sports Extra.
Todd Dono here in your Fox Sports Net studios, and here's what's coming up at 10 p.m. on your Southern California Sports Report. An interview with the Bruins' Bob Toledo. Is UCLA ready for nationally ranked Ohio State Buckeyes? That question answered tonight on our show. Plus, we'll have interviews with Dodger players about how they felt playing in tonight's game. So make sure you join Barry LeBrock and me right here after the game ends. Now back to Vin Scully.
And now pitching.
The Dodgers and the Padres going round and round. Kevin Brown struck out 11, gave up 1 run, a home run to Ray Lankford, and turned in a very impressive 6 innings. However, the Dodgers couldn't do anything against Jason Middlebrook. He finally walked 4 to give him a run to tie. But then Chan Ho Park had all kinds of problems. 3 walks, a single and a double, and pretty much had the ball game get out of control. The Dodgers have tried to come back, but it is 6-4 Padres, and we've reached the 9th inning. Jeff Rebele is now the Dodgers shortstop, and Jeff Shaw takes over on the mound. Phil Nevin, Bubba Trammell, and Kevin Witt due up in the 9th inning. Ball 1. Little ground ball to third. Beltry is on it. Bad throw. Great tag. Paul LaDuca, who has saved so many pitches in the dirt, just saved a throwing error.
Right field.
Adrian Beltry really let that thing fly. 1 away.
Trammell.
A reminder, the Southern California Sports Report will be coming up right after the game. Bubba Trammell flied to right, struck out, reached on an error, and walked. He was the last batter that Chan Ho Park faced. When the Dodgers bat in the 9th inning, it'll be Grissom, Grassolonic, Green, and if anybody gets on, Sheffield. After Trammell, the left-hand hitting first baseman, Kevin Witt. By the way, Jeff Shaw will hit behind LaDuca. He will hit in Kara's spot. Rebele will bat 8th. Fouled away. $40,676. We're here to see a tribute before the game, and especially honors to the police and fire department. Meanwhile, Bubba hits one center field wall. It's in play, finally picked up by Sheffield, and Trammell is on his way head first with a triple. So Bubba Trammell comes up with his first hit of the night, a triple off the left center field wall. Well, he got a lot of it, not quite enough to take it out.
Kevin
Grissom
Witt.
staggered going into the pads, and Sheffield finally got the ball back in. So Trammell rips a triple. That would be his third triple of the year. And with one out, the Dodger infield has to come up. And Kevin Witt, 3 fly balls, one of them a scoring fly ball against Gagne. Ball 1. 6 runs, 9 hits for the Padres, 4 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. We're in the top of the 9th. Terry Adams, Kevin Jarvis tomorrow night. James Baldwin and Brian Tolberg Wednesday night. The last time Tony Gwynn will suit up at Dodger Stadium. After Witt comes the switch hitting catcher, Ben Davis. So Trammell at third, 1 out. Chopper to first, LaDuca, a hot one, stayed with it. Nice play. So Trammell has to hang out at third. Another good play by LaDuca. And a chant, Paulie, as Ben Davis comes up. Again, Tony Gwynn comes out on deck. And just at the mere sight of Tony in the on-deck circle, the crowd begins to applaud. He came out on deck in the 7th inning, didn't make it to the plate. So it's up to Davis now to see whether he'll bat tonight. Right, 0-1. For the Dodgers, down by 2, and knowing they will face Trevor Hoffman in the 9th inning. Fouled away. Trevor Hoffman with 36 saves. Jeff Shaw with 39. That's Hoffman on the right. 0-2. Foul back. Davis struck out twice, single to right, and had a scoring fly ball. With the bases loaded and 2 runs in, Gagne came in. Witt hit a fly ball to pick up a run. Davis hit a fly ball to pick up a run. Now with 2 out, they have Trammell at third. Ball 1. Gwynn on deck, should he face Jeff Shaw, is hitting .333 against Jeff. 2-2. Tony 4 for 12 against Jeff Shaw. You know what he hit against Kevin Brown? .423. Line foul down the line. Gwynn hit .333 against Terry Adams. .250 against Chan Ho Park. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Trammell at third. 6-4 Padres, 9th inning. Ball 3. So now the crowd kind of torn a little bit. But they've got the great Gwynn on deck. So this becomes a very, very big pitch. lifted, so they're not going to see Gwynn after all. Sean Green is there. And the Padres leave Trammell at third, and Tony goes and puts the bat back in the rack. Bottom of the ninth, 6-4, San Diego.
Beyond the Glory takes you into the lives of sports' biggest stars. Roy Jones Jr. was trained by his father to become the greatest fighter of his era.
Champion of the world!
But his greatness came with a price.
His father came in and said, I want you to know Roy and I have broken up.
You didn't want anyone to see him cry. He was too much of a tough guy for that.
Roy Jones Jr. Beyond the Glory, Sunday at 8 on Fox Sports Net.
Table for 27? Right this way.
Where's the restroom?
Hey, what is that tree?
Excuse me, honey. What kind of a restaurant is this? What's going on? The bird over there. This is so
Want to get a great $6 restaurant burger without the restaurant? The $6 burger, $3.95 at Carl's Jr.
Every morning on the way to work, Greg tells you about his new RX 300 with the Lexus Value Package, the in-dash 6-disc CD auto changer, the leather trimmed seats, and the awesome power moonroof, all at a $1,500 savings. Greg, the genius. You're starting to hate him, but not nearly as much as you love his car. Ask about the RX 300 Lexus Value Package at your Southern California Lexus dealer.
Friends, the Dodgers and the American Red Cross will hold a blood drive at Dodger Stadium prior to Thursday's game against the D-backs at 7:10 p.m. All participants will receive 2 reserve-level tickets to Thursday's game against the D-backs or Monday's game against the Giants. Compliments of Albertsons while supplies last. Red Cross volunteers will be on hand starting at 3 p.m. through game time. For more information, call 323-224-1-HIT. Well, the great Trevor Hoffman loosening up. Hoffman had a string going. 26 straight save conversions. That was broken up by Steve Finley. Earlier, he had a string of 41 consecutive save chances. That would be from late in the 1997 season until July 26 of 1998. That string was broken up by a home run by Moises Alou. But you realize that Trevor Hoffman, since he joined the Padres in June of 1993, has been credited with the victory or save in about 61% of all the Padres' victories. Well, now he's going to get Grissom, Grassolonic, and Green in the 9th inning. Right. Let's see how he has fared. Hoffman against Grissom. Grissom hitting .375 against him. Grassolonic, .364. Green, .400. But Sheffield, 1 for 16. .063. Grissom tonight reached on an error, had an infield single, walked, and lined a single to left. Though it is interesting that Grissom, leading off, has been on base 4 times and hasn't scored. 1-2. Marquise batting .233. Two and 2. Hoffman, of course, so successful. Fastball, slider, and a tremendous changeup. Last year he saved 43, gave up only 7 home runs. And that's popped in the air into right center. Langford is there. 1 out. For Hoffman this year, He has also allowed 7 home runs, only he's done it in 51 innings.
Mark.
Last year,
Grassolonic.
7 home runs in 72 innings. So 1 out, Grassolonic and Green on deck. The Padres trying to beat the Dodgers 5 out of 7 at Dodger Stadium and 7 of 14. It also puts a huge dent in the Dodgers. 2 back in the wild card and 4 back in the division. 0-1. Grassolonic tonight, grounded out, struck out, sacrificed, grounded out again. Trying to do anything he can to get aboard for Green. Now back. The Dodgers were trying to win their 79th game, but they're on the edge of losing their 66th instead. Dodger, alone with his own individual thoughts, somehow trying to come up with 2. 2-2. Rebele and Karras. Beltre. LaDuca. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Grassolonic. Be a gapper over to cut it off is Langford, but he's not going to get to it, and so Grassolonic is into second base with 1 out and Shawn Green coming up.
Right fielder number 15, Shawn.
What is left of the crowd of 40,000? They're still into it, and Shawn Green checking in. Again to review, Shawn Green 2 for 5 against Trevor Hoffman. That's not much to get out of that. Sheffield, however, 1 for 16. You get the idea that Hoffman really does a number on him. So Grassolonic at second, 1 out in the 9th, 6-4 San Diego. Way out in front of that great changeup. Boy, is that ever a money pit. Somehow or other, his arm speed, the release point, exactly the same as the fastball, but it comes up 74 miles an hour instead of 90. 1 ball, 1 strike. Trevor will be 34 the 13th of October. Glenn a few years older. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bounce that one. That's one of those 55-mile-an-hour breaking balls that never quite got there. 2-1 to count to Shawn Green. Padres have Trevor Hoffman signed up through 2003. So he and Green figure to be battling each other many more times. 2-1. On the corner, picked up a little fastball and got the edge. 2-2. Grassolonic at second, 1 away. Oh, another great change, and Sean almost fell out of his uniform. So some great pitches, and it's to be expected. Big motion, quick arm speed, and a balloon. And Sean way out in front. That thing at 73 miles an hour. He's remarkable the way he does that. And the batter now is Gary Sheffield. Sheffield flied out with a runner at third in the first inning. Fouled out with the bases loaded in the sixth. So he's had a couple of chances, and for good measure, he has Grassolonic at second and 2 out in the ninth. 1 for 16 in his career against Trevor Hoffman. Foul ball by plenty. 0-1. Game time tomorrow, 7:10. We'll be right here on Fox Sports Net 2. Terry Adams and Kevin Jarvis. No balls, 1 strike. On deck, Paul LaDuca. One and 1 to Gary. They have a modified shift on in the dirt. They take Crespo and put him directly behind second base. That way he serves 2 purposes, fill up the middle and ride herd on Grassolonic. And they really put a squeeze on the left side. Nevin guarding the foul line, and Jimenez very close to him on the right. So the only real hole is to the left side of second base and the right side of the infield. 2 and 1. Ball 3. LaDuca 0 for 2 in the past against Trevor Hoffman. 3 and 1 to Sheffield. He committed 3 and 2. Sheffield had an infield single, a slow roller to shortstop. So he's 1 for 4, hitting .310. 3 and 2. Got him. And again, a 3 and 2 off-speed pitch, and Sheffield goes down like green. And the Dodgers leave Grassolonic. Our player of the game, Phil Nevin, who had that key base hit to drive in 2 runs in the 7th inning and break the 1-1 tie. Well, once again, the final score, Padres 6, Dodgers 4. For Ross Porter and Rick Monday, this is Vin Scully saying so long from Dodger Stadium. Now, for Dodger post-game coverage and all the day's local sports news, let's go to the Southern California Sports Report. Good night, everybody.